The seventh session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Joel Villanueva to kindly lead the chamber in prayer.
Thank you very
You're
much,
recognized,
Mr.
sir.
President. Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dakilang Diyos, Ama naming sumasalangit, Diyos na may gawa ng langit at lupa, Diyos na nagsabi kung may dalawa o tatlo na nagkakatipon sa kanyang pangalan, siya ay nasa kanilang kalagitnaan. Kami po ay nagpapakumbaba, lumalapit at humihingi ng tawad sa anumang pagkakasala sa isip, sa salita o sa gawa. Damitan mo po kami ng iyong damit ng katwiran at tulungan mo po kami na makalapit sa iyong paanan. Ngayong araw po na ito, naninikluhod ang aming mga puso, nagpapasalamat sa mga biyaya, sa lahat ng iyong ginagawa, sa aming mga buhay, sa aming mahal sa buhay, maging sa aming minamahal na bansa. Maging sa iyong ginawa sa 22 mga bayaning Pilipinong atleta na nakipaglaban po at nag-compete doon po sa 2024 Paris Olympics. Salamat din po sa aming golden boy at gymnast na si Carlos Edriel Lulo, na ang kanyang double gold ay tunay at lubos na nagpaigting ng pag-asa at tunay na pagmamahal sa aming bayan, lalong-lalo na po na sa pagbibigay ng inspirasyon sa milyong-milyong Pilipino. Maraming salamat din po sa aming mga atleta para sa Paralympics Games na narito po sa bulwagang ito. Panalangin po namin ang iyong pagsama at pagkalinga sa kanila. Para din po sa aming mga kababayang dumaranas na matinding hirap at pagsubok, tulungan niyo po sila at yakapin ng iyong maalab na pagmamahal. Sa halos 20,000 na mga mangingisda, dito po sa Bataan, Cavite, Pampanga at maging sa amin sa Bulacan na naapektuhan ng oil spill mula sa lumubog na barkong MT Terra Nova, MT Jason Bradley at MV Mirola 1. Lord, mahigit 5 milyon naman na mga individual mula sa 4,420 barangay sa aming buong bansa ang patuloy na nahihirapan bumangon sa epekto ng matinding baha dulot ng bagyong Karina. Muli, kalingain at alagaan niyo po sila at iparamdam na hindi po sila nag-iisa. Gamitin mo po ang bulwagang ito, ang bawat isa na naririto, ang mga lider ng aming pamahalaan, mga kawani ng gobyerno, naway patuloy po namin maisapuso ang dahilan kung bakit po kami naririto, kung bakit po kami iyong tinawag para maglingkod at mapaganda ang buhay ng aming mga kababayan, mapadali ang pagkamit ng ating mga adhikain bilang isang bansa at mapagaan ang buhay ng mga Pilipino. Hinihiling po namin ito sa ngalan mo, O Diyos, at muli ibinabalik namin ang pinakamataas na papuri, pasasalamat at pagsamba sa tanging pangalan ng aming Panginoong Hesus. Ang lahat po'y makiisa at magsabing Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Villanueva. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the approval of the journal, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the guests of Senator Villanueva, the Socorro Prime Eagles Club headed by its President Cyrus Toledo, other guests of Senator Villanueva, Florida Blanca, Vice Mayor Michael Galang, and several barangay captains of the said municipality, guests of the Senate, the Lady Local Legislators League of the Philippines Bulacan Chapter, guests of this representation, the Municipal Mayor of Cayapa, Nueva Vizcaya, Dr. Elizabeth Balasia, as well as the Mayor of Sasmuan, Pampanga. Guests of our Senate President, Senator Escudero, local government officials from the Municipality of Barcelona, Province of Sorsogon, headed by Mayor Cynthia, Fortes, as well as former Congressman Fortes, as well as all the barangay captains of the municipality of Barcelona, seated in the gallery wearing white, Mr. President. Guests of our Senate President Pro Tem Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Yusek Antonio Morales, of the DFA, ASEC Domingo Nolasco, nominated as Ambassador to Finland, ASEC Noel Eusebio Servigo, nominated as Ambassador to Romania, ASEC Adrian Bernie Candolada, nominated as Ambassador to Colombia, Ambassador Raymond Balatbat, Ambassador to Beirut, Ambassador in Beirut, Lebanon, Deputy Chief of Mission Nina Kainglet, nominated as Ambassador to Bangladesh. Guests of Senator Christopher Bongo, the members of the Philippine Paralympic team, headed by Gerald Magliwan, and the coach of the athletics, Cindy Susano, and all the members of the swimming, taekwondo, archery, and the Philippine Paralympic Secretary General, Mr. Godi Costudio. And finally, guests of Senator De La Rosa and this representation, Mayor Eligio Malaluan of Bungabong na Mindoro Oriental, and all the mayors of Mindoro Oriental, including the Mayor of Calapan, Mayor Murillo, the Mayor of Pola, the Mayor of Bungabong, the Mayor of Socorro, Mayor Perez, the Mayor of Bansod, Mayor Murada, the Mayor of Baco, Mayor Roldan, and several Sangguniang Pambayan members. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 5th session, Wednesday, July 31, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Before acting on the motion of the Majority Leader, Chair would like to welcome our distinguished guests, both from the national, local government, as well as other distinguished guests here present. Welcome to your Senate. There is a motion. Hearing no objection, same is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 6th session, Monday, August 5, 2024, at a later hour, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary may proceed.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2764, amending PD 11A3, the decree amending and consolidating the provisions on travel tax of RA 1478 as amended and RA 6141, prescribing the manner of collection thereof, providing penalties for violations thereof, and for other purposes. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Tourism.
Senate number 2765, establishing the framework strategy and sustainability, reporting covering environmental, social, and governance considerations, institutionalizing assurance therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Future Thinking, Futures Thinking, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1108, conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to Carlos Edriel Poquis-Yulo for his historic 2 gold medal haul at the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris, France. Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
1109, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of renowned star maker Mother Lily Monteverde. Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Rules.
1110, conferring the Philippine Senate Medal of Excellence to Carlos Edriel Yulo for winning 2 gold medals in the 2024 Paris Olympics. Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Rules.
1111, congratulating and commending Carlos Yulo for his historic performance in the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
1112, expressing sincere condolences to the family of Lily Monteverde and honoring her for her invaluable contributions to Philippine cinema and culture. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
1113, commending and congratulating Carlos Yulo for his historic victory in the 2024 Paris Olympics, making him the first Filipino to win 2 Olympic gold medals. Senator Go.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 264 by the Committees on Agriculture and Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance on House Number 7502. An act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Argao, province of Cebu, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor, Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
265 by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance on House Number 8122 establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Santa Catalina, Ilocos Sur, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Number 2327, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
266 jointly by the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance on House Number 8292 establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Tabina, Zamboanga del Sur, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
267 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance and House Number 8214 establishing in the city of Lucena, province of Quezon, a general hospital to be known as the Lucena City Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendment, Senator Go, sponsor.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
268 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance and House Number 8426 upgrading the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center in Balanga, Bataan to a multi-specialty Apex Hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 500 to 1,000 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
269 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 8483 establishing in Rodriguez, Montalban, province of Rizal, a Level 2 hospital to be known as the Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
270 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 9335 upgrading the Basilan General Hospital in Isabela, Basilan into a tertiary hospital to be known as the Basilan Medical Center, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate Number 2431, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
271 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 9623 establishing in Bay, Laguna, a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Laguna Regional Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendment, taking into consideration Senate Numbers 2433 and 2531, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
272 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 9624 establishing in the city of San Jose, province of Nueva Ecija, a general hospital to be known as the San Jose City Dr. Eleuterio Violago Mother and Child General Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 1942, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
273 by the Committee on Health and Demography on House Number 9656, an act renaming the Mindanao Central Sanitarium in Pasobolong, Zamboanga City to Zamboanga Regional Medical Center, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
274 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance, an act upgrading the Bangi District Hospital in Municipality of Bangi, Province of Ilocos Norte into a Level 2 District Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration Senate Number 1622, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
275 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 8491, converting the Dr. Catalino Gallego Nava Provincial Hospital in Jordan, Guimaras into a Level 2 hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, sponsor Senator Go.
The calendar for ordinary business.
276 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 8492 establishing in the city of Victorias, Negros Occidental, a general hospital to be known as the Victorias City General Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
277 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 8494 increasing the bed capacity of Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital in Yagna, Province of Bohol from 75 to 100 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
278 jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance on House Number 8970 increasing the bed capacity of Congressman Simeon G. Toribio Memorial Hospital in Carmen, Bohol from 40 to 75 beds, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
279 submitted by the Committee on Health and Demography, and on House Number 9556, amending Section 1 of RA 11272, establishing a specialty hospital in the city of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, to be known as St. Bernadette Children and Maternity Hospital, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor, Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
280, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, and Finance. On Senate Number 2766, with Senators Poe, Padilla, Villanueva, Marcos, and Estrada as authors. An act prohibiting discrimination on the basis of protected attributes, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 108, 233, 747, 1264, and 1300. Sponsor, Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing. I withdraw that previous statement, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2558. This is the bill on livestock, poultry, and dairy industry development and competitiveness act, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2558 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have closed the period of amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill 2558. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2558. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved. Senate Bill number 2558 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill
Mr.
2558.
President, can I make a statement?
With the permission of the Majority Leader, Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon, my esteemed colleagues. I would like to thank the other authors of the bill filed on the livestock, poultry, and dairy for their concern for the development of the livestock, poultry, and dairy sector, namely Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Juan Miguel Subiri, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, and Senator Loren Legarda. I would like also to express my gratitude to Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Pia Cayetano for contributing to the refinement of the livestock, poultry, and dairy bill. Thank you very much.
The remarks of the lady are noted and entered into the records. There is a pending motion to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2558. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2587. This is the bill on the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act, or the EBET Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 is in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. And with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of July 31, 2024 as our working draft, and to propose amendments and to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Joel Villanueva, and to propose amendments, I move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Villanueva is recognized as the sponsor of the measure.
Mr. President, before we hear the amendments of Senator Pia, because I was supposed to give
The
this
gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I can see Senator Pia now. Mr. President, but I'm sure that she'll be happy to hear some of the amendments that I have already considered, Mr. President. So if I may, and with the indulgence of my esteemed colleagues, may I be allowed to proceed, Mr. President, with several of the amendments forwarded to this representation's office. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 3, line 19, after the word enterprise, insert the phrase including programs that are developed and recommended and by recognized industry boards. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That was from Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Also from Senator Gatchalian on page 5, line 14. Before the phrase an IBET program, insert the sentence, the enterprise shall ensure the security and safety of trainees pursuant to Republic Act number 11313 or the Safe Spaces Act. On the same page and line, after the word provide, delete the phrase a safe and secure training environment and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, from Senator Gatchalian on page 5, line 26. After the word TESDA, insert a comma and the following words, in consultation with industry. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
On page 5, between lines 29 and 30, insert a new paragraph which states, sectors with recognized industry boards shall develop and recommend IBET programs for their respective industries for the approval and adoption of TESDA. TESDA shall approve IBET programs as recommended not later than 30 days from submission. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 8, between lines 4 and 5, insert a new section 14. Section 14, scholarships. Training scholarships, including the Training for Work Scholarship Program and the Tulong Trabaho Fund under Republic Act number 11230 or the Tulong Trabaho Act, shall be made available to IBET trainees subject to applicable TESDA rules, regulations, and guidelines. Thereafter, Mr. President, we number the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is from the Education Commission, including the following amendments, Mr. President. On page 9, lines 9 to 10, delete the following words. Enterprises implementing IBET programs shall be granted the following incentives. On the same page, line 14, after the word be, delete the word fully and insert the phrase exempt from donor's tax and shall be. And on the same page, Mr. President, also in line 14, after the word donor, insert the phrase subject to the provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. And so on the same page, Mr. President, lines 15 to 17.
Delete.
Delete, Mr. President. Delete lines 15 to 17. And on the same page, line 19, after the word contrary, insert the phrase, but they shall secure the proper certification from TESDA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, this amendment came from Senator Pia Cayetano and with the concurrence also of the Department of Finance. On page 9, lines 29 to 32 and page 10, lines 1 to 7, delete the entire section 19 and replace it with the following, Mr. President. Section 19, deductible training expense. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, an enterprise implementing a registered IBET program shall be qualified to avail of an additional deduction from taxable income equivalent to 50% of actual training expenses from the effectivity of this act up to December 31, 2027, provided that starting January 2028, the additional deduction shall increase to 75% of the actual training expenses, provided further that such deduction shall not exceed 5% of total direct labor expenses or shall not exceed 25 million pesos a year, whichever is lower. The enterprise shall secure the proper certification from TESDA for this purpose. Next paragraph, an enterprise registered with an investment promotion agency and implementing an IBET program may opt to avail of the incentives either under this act or the applicable fiscal incentives under Title 13 of the National Internal Revenue Code, NIRC, as amended by Republic Act number 11530, otherwise known as the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, provided that the availment of incentives under Title 13 of the NIRC as amended shall preclude the simultaneous availment of fiscal incentives under this act. The DOF, TESDA, and BIR in consultation with relevant stakeholders, shall formulate the necessary rules and regulations to implement the provisions of this section, which shall include streamlined processes to encourage broader participation of enterprises. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you. No objection, Mr. President. I would just like to put on record the purpose for that amendment. Mr. President, I thank the sponsor for being patient because we had to go back many times, go back and forth with DOF on this amendment. I'd like to inform the body that when the CREATE law was passed, the idea really was for all incentives to be governed by the CREATE incentives. The idea it was really so that we are not passing all these laws with different sets of incentives without any concern for another law that's similar. So that is what the CREATE law was all about. So when this bill was put on the floor, the sponsor very patiently allowed this representative along with his team to work with DOF, and I have to say it was not a very easy process precisely because we are also in the midst of amending CREATE.
Yes.
So we are also anticipating any additional incentives that or changes that will be the final version in the CREATE More bill. But finally, we came up with the proposal, and I would just like to put on record that in a way, this is an exception to the rule because the CREATE law did not foresee the vision of IBET, and so it was very important that we are able to incentivize it. So it is now consistent with the CREATE law. I just want to put this on record because in the months and years to come, if there are other bills that are creating incentives, I do not want this to be looked as a precedent that it is going beyond CREATE, but this was very carefully crafted with DOF. It was not my intention to invent new things, and the sponsor was very supportive with that, and we worked with DOF guidance here. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted and entered into the records.
Thank you very much, Mr.
The
President.
chair will first dispose with a motion. Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment of Senator Villanueva is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We thank the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros for her wisdom. We submit to her expertise, Mr. President, especially in ensuring that the proper taxes will not only be collected but also to make sure that everything is balanced, Mr. President. And to just put into the record of this August chamber, we are expanding the program of enterprise-based education, not only focusing on the apprenticeship program, which CREATE has been doing for the past couple of years. But unfortunately, Mr. President, if you look at the enterprise-based education and training program of the government, we are only producing 3 to 4% of the total graduates in the entire country for the past so many years. And yet, Mr. President, the employment rate of enterprise-based modality is about 87 to 92% employment rate. And so we feel that this very important landmark legislation we hope that will pass in the next couple of days, Mr. President. May I continue, Mr. President, with the amendments?
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much. This comes from the office of Senator Gatchalian on page 10, line 9. After the word DOF, insert a comma and delete the word N. On the same line, after the word BIR, insert the words BOC and the Department of Information and Communications Technology. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, this is an amendment coming from the office of Senator Risa Ontiveros on page 11, line 14, after the phrase, its regular employees, insert a proviso, section 14, provided that TESDA may increase the cap if necessary, considering the capacity of the enterprise in implementing the IBET program based on the training plan and the track record of such enterprise in implementing IBET programs. Provided further that any person who shall be engaged in excess of the threshold shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned, if no such prior authority to increase the threshold shall have been granted by TESDA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
Mr. President, from Senator Gatchalian on page 12, between lines 12 and 13, insert a new section. Section, IBET Support Integrators. TESDA shall organize a network of IBET support integrators who shall provide technical assistance to micro and small enterprises on the following. A. Analysis of available data for labor market information at the provincial and community level. B. Linking enterprises with related training and/or assessment and certification needs. C. Development of training plans. D. Organization of documentary and technical requirements for IBET programs registration. E. Promotion of IBET programs for the placement of trainees in such enterprises. And letter F. Other forms of support to encourage IBET programs in micro and small enterprises. IBET support integrators shall have proven TVET experience and capability in providing advisory services to enterprises. In performing their functions as such, they shall receive appropriate remuneration from TESDA. And for this purpose, TESDA shall issue the necessary guidelines for the establishment of such network. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, from EDCOM, Mr. President, on page 12, line 15, after the word prior, insert the word written. On the same page and the same line, after the word notice, insert the words to the other party. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
From Senator Gatchalian, on page 13, line 9, after the word BIR, insert the words BOC, comma, DICT. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
On page 13, between lines 11 and 12, insert a new section. Section Appropriations. The amount needed for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of TESDA. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for the continued implementation of this act shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
On page 13, between lines 25 and 26, insert a new paragraph which shall read, Section 34A, 1AV 5 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended, is hereby repealed. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
Mr. President, I just received a couple of amendments being introduced by our minority leader. And looking at it, Mr. President, may I go back to page 5, anterior amendments, Mr. President?
Anterior amendment.
Anterior amendments, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 5, line 6, section 6, common entry requirements for all IBET programs. Insert the word recent before the word fit to work certificate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Mr. President, in the same line, insert the words which shall be provided free of charge after the word fit to work certificate, and also insert a new message. If this is not feasible, the firm or entity screening the applicant shall extend such service free of charge. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, again from our minority leader on page 6, line 13, section 11, duration of the IBET program. Add the sentence, provided that any trainee who receives training for a period over 3 years or over the prescribed period as may be determined by TESDA shall be a regular employee of the enterprise concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 10, line 27, section 21, employment status of IBET trainees, insert a new sentence, provided that any trainee who receives training from the same enterprise twice consecutively shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Just to clarify, where will the insertion be? On which line?
On page 10, line 27.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Last but not the least, again from our Senate Minority Leader, page 11, Line 11, Section 24, limitation on the number of trainees. Insert a new sentence, provided that any trainee in excess of the 20% threshold shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned. After the sentence, no enterprise shall be allowed to have IBET trainees more than 20% of the total number of its regular employees. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
That is all, Mr. President, and we also thank our colleagues who supported us and gave their amendments. Especially, Mr. President, I'd like again to mention on the floor that the bill that we deliberated upon for the past few weeks in relation to the apprenticeship bill, defended and sponsored by our Senate President Pro Temp, was already included in this bigger and more holistic approach when it comes to implementing enterprise-based education and training program.
The remarks of the gentleman are duly noted and entered into the record. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, just a manifestation. I also wanted to point that out. We would also like to thank the Senate President Pro Temp because it's very important that this bill is consolidated. So we're happy that it is where it is. And I just realized I'm not a co-author, so may I request to be made the co-author of the bill. Thank you.
So noted. Majority Leader.
We're very happy, Mr. President, that our distinguished colleague will be part of this because she made a lot of very important points, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Then the Minority Leader is seeking the floor.
First of all, we thank the sponsor for accepting our amendments, but extensive amendments were made, so we just want to make sure that there are no conflicting ideas in the bill, Mr. President, because amendments came from different senators. So if you could have just one last look at a clean copy, Mr. President. If we can request for a clean copy before we approve this on second reading, Mr. President.
Let me also put on record, Mr. President, that we have worked hard for this for the past weeks, especially during the weekends, and even last night we worked very hard on this particular amendments, and I can assure the gentleman, our Minority Leader, of this representation's commitment that indeed no double insertions or amendments are disjointed, Mr. President. Just to put that on record, Mr. President, but I will not object to his request, Mr.
Because
President.
I think the final version will now be the harmonization of two bills. Ayan, tapos then we have different senators introducing amendments extensively. And then I think there's also a mention of a repeal of an entire chapter in the labor code. So anyway, the sponsor has agreed to provide us with a clean copy. So these are the reasons, Mr. President. Oh, just one last look and then
We understand, Mr. President. I have no objection with that, Mr. President. Just that I would also like to put on record, this is a certified measure. The President certified this as urgent and important. A lot of enterprises are looking forward to this a very important program of the government. And so we wanted to just make sure, Mr. President, that we did our part and our job, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader.
With the permission of Senator Villanueva and the magnanimity of Senator Villanueva and patience of Senator Villanueva as well, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, Chair hereby orders the printing of a clean copy in order to furnish the members with a copy of the same before we approve it on second reading, hopefully tomorrow, unless we can do that within
Can
today.
we really do it today, Mr. President?
Unless
It's
we
just
can
a
do it today, as I said.
parliamentary agreement, Mr. President, because yesterday it's almost done, Mr. President. We were able to do some finishing touches. In fact, most of the amendments were just finishing touches, Mr. President. So I just hope if
We will
it's
try
just
to do it
possible,
today
Mr.
without
President.
promising, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2587. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to suspend Senate Bill number 2587. There being no objection, the same is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2450. This pertains to the Blue Economy Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. There being no objection, the same is approved. Senate Bill number 2450 is in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments. And with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the adopted substitute bill on July 31, 2024 as our working draft, Mr. President. And to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Lauren Ligarda, and to introduce amendments, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, our minority leader. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Senator Legarda, the sponsor of the measure, is hereby recognized, as well as will the lady be introducing amendments first?
Yes, Mr. President, I will read the amendments which we have accepted, and I
The-
believe that Senator Joel Villanueva later will read into the record his own amendments.
The distinguished sponsor is so recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the body's permission, I wish to introduce amendments to Senate Bill 2450, the Blue Economy Bill. The copy filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service on July 31, 2024 will be the reference document for the following amendments. On page 3, line 22, after the word resources, insert the word that, period. Further, on same page, line 32, replace the word habits with habitats, period. I so move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is hereby approved.
On page 5, line 30, replace the word is with shall be. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
On page 6, line 31, after the word zones, comma, insert the word and. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
On page 8, line 22, replace the word to with shall. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 11, line 16, replace the word by with under. Further, on the same page, line 29, after the word agenda, delete the comma, insert the word that. Replace the word maximizing with maximize. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
On page 12, lines 10 to 11, delete the phrase in line with integrated coastal management to help boost the country's blue economy by protecting and conserving the, and replace with through the protection and conservation of. The amended provision will now read, scaling up the expansion and management of marine protected areas, MPAs, through the protection and conservation of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
On page 13, line 2,
Mr. President, anterior amendment, Mr. President, page
Yes.
12.
With the permission
If I
of the
may.
lady from Malabon and Antique, Senator Villanueva
Yes,
is
Mr.
recognized.
President, on page 12, line 26, after the word accounting, insert the following phrase, and in accordance with Republic Act number 11995, otherwise known as the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, PENCAS Act. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the
If
sponsor
I may.
say?
Yes.
Sorry.
yes,
Submit.
of course, we accept that because
Thank
the
you.
PENCAS is
Yes.
also our measure when we pass it into
Thank
law.
you,
Of
Mr.
course.
President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment of Senator Villanueva as agreed to by the sponsor, Senator Legarda? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Thank you. On page 13, line 2, replace the words marine spatial with development. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
On page 14,
Mr. President, sorry, line
Yes.
13, if I may, Mr. President, line 13,
The
I mean,
gentleman may
page
proceed.
13, line 28, under the promotion of sustainable jobs, may we submit and introduce a new section, section 15, to read as follows. Promotion of sustainable livelihoods and employment. The council shall, in consultation with the Department of Labor and Employment, the DABFAR, and other concerned agencies and stakeholders, develop a policy to ensure the enhancement and sustainability of municipal fisheries, as well as the promotion and generation of sustainable livelihoods in the blue economy towards the creation of more employment and equal opportunities for all, and to strengthen investments in capacity building and skills enhancement programs in accordance with Republic Act number 10771, otherwise known as the Philippine Green Jobs Act of 2016. I submit to the wisdom of the body.
What does the sponsor say?
it's a very good amendment, and we accept, of course. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment as accepted by the distinguished sponsor? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
On page 14, line 21.
Mr.
after
President,
the
I have line 5 anterior amendments, if I may.
Line 5,
Page 14, Mr. President, after the word economy and the comma, insert the following phrase, in line with the sustainable finance framework formulated by the BSP. And I submit, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment of Senator Villanueva as accepted by the distinguished sponsor, Senator Ligarda? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. On page 14, line 21, after the word to, insert the phrase enterprises engaged in. Further, on the same page, line 22, replace the word enterprises with activities. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
On page 15, line 5, after the word code, insert of 1998.
Any
so moved.
objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
On page 15, line 11, insert the word the after harmonize. On the same page, line 25, insert the word the after the word of, and the word framework after the word income. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Just this? May I ask for 1 minute suspension, please?
Session is suspended.
I will proceed then with the amendments of our colleagues, which I have accepted, Mr. President. On page 15, line 13,
These are amendments from,
Senator Pimentel.
okay, the lady may proceed. Yes, ma'am.
After the word fishing, delete the phrase such as, insert the word under.
Is there any objection?
I submit.
Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Should I read the whole thing? Hindi na. And another amendment that we have accepted on page 16, lines 9 to 17, replace the entire provision with, and I read it now, Section 22, Joint Congressional Oversight Committee. There shall be a Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Blue Economy, JCOC-BE. The President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House of Representatives shall designate 5 senators, 5 members of the House of Representatives, respectively, as members of the JCOC-BE, provided that the minority in the Senate and the House of Representatives shall each have at least 1 seat in the JCOC-BE. The JCOC-BE shall be jointly chaired by the chairpersons of the Senate Committee on Economic Affairs and the House Committee on Economic Affairs. The JCOC-BE shall conduct a semi-annual hearing to oversee, monitor, evaluate the implementation of this act, and identify other necessary legislation. I submit, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Yes. I move, Mr. President, that the Secretariat be directed to implement the necessary adjustments or edits on typo, grammar, punctuation, capitalization, style, and whatever applicable.
Thank you for that, Senator Lagarde. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, I am informed that Senator Cynthia Villar is still studying the bill for her amendments, and I am willing to wait, Mr. President, and so we may have to wait until the amendments are presented to the committee.
The chair will also try to communicate with Senator Villar regarding the proposed amendments. In the meantime,
We have been informed, yes, that she's still studying the measure for amendments, right? I will ask until when? Not yet. Yeah. We will reach out to find out when, if we could finish it by this week, Mr. President.
we will too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
This is already passed. Yes. In the meantime, I will request for a suspension of the period of amendments on this measure.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Is there any objection? Further consideration of Senate Bill number 2450 is hereby suspended. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Before I yield the floor, I would like to express my utmost appreciation, Mr. President, to all those who labored and studied this quite difficult measure, especially the minority, who's been very, very cooperative, not just on this bill, but all the bills. So I appreciate the help. So thank you to of course, Senator Joel Villanueva for the amendments as well. And if they're willing to add more enhancements to the measure, since we have not passed it on second reading, I would be willing to study and to accept. Having said that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2432, the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, House Bill number 9284, the Anti-Agri-Fishery Commodities and Tobacco Economic Sabotage Act of 2023, and House Bill number 3917, an act amending the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. And with the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Cynthia Villar, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Senator Villar is recognized and may proceed.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill number 3917 and House Bill number 9284, or the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, I am pleased to report on the successful outcome of the Bicameral Conference. The Bicameral Conference agreed to adopt the reconsidered bill as the working draft of the discussion. The changes on the working draft, which we stated in the joint explanatory statement, are reflected on the content of the bicameral consolidated bill. The joint explanatory statement has been filed with our Bills and Index Service. I move that such joint explanatory statement be read into the record, forming part of my report, and that the result of the bicameral conference be ratified by this body. Further, Mr. President, let me also put on record as the chair of the Senate Bicam panel that in Section 18 of the consolidated bill, we included the Department of Finance in the composition of the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage Enforcement Group. This should not be interpreted to allow further delegation of the DOF's function as a member of the enforcement group to bureaus or offices under it, in particular to the Bureau of Customs. The reason for this is to prevent connivance between smugglers and employees of the Bureau of Customs. The problematic system within the Bureau of Customs is one of the reasons why RA 10845, or the original Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Law, failed to the effective and implementation proved to be inadequate. Having said this statement, I so move, Mr. President, for the ratification of the result of the bicameral conference in the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady as well as the joint explanation is hereby entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2432, House Bill number 9284, and House Bill 3917, and let the text and joint explanation as manifested a while ago by the sponsor be deemed spread into the records of this chamber. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432, House Bill number 9284, and House Bill number 3917 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to thank all the members of the Senate for helping me be able to tackle this bill and brought it to its end. I hope the President will sign the bill as early as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, and again, congratulations.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2450. Again, this pertains to the Blue Economy Act. I so move, Mr. President. And to recognize again the sponsor of the measure, Senator Loren Legarda, to continue with the individual amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2450 is in order. The lady from Antique is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, for your loan amendment.
Senator Villar is supposed to introduce it. Is she ready? Oh, she went out. Kasi we're drafting something. I need her concurrence. We're drafting it for Senator Villar. Right?
Session is suspended.
You have to see if she agrees.
Senator Loren Legarda is seeking the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Upon request of Senator Cynthia Villar, Chair of the Agriculture Committee, she has two amendments which she is still studying, and the sponsor, this representation, agrees that she will further study the two amendments, and it will be ready by Monday. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2450. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Further consideration of Senate Bill number 2450 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, may we seek a 5-minute suspension, Mr. President?
The session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245. This is the bill on the Universal Health Care Act.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to continue with this interpellation, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized to sponsor the measure, as well as our Minority Leader, Senator Pimentel, to interpellate the gentleman from San Juan. The gentlemen have the floor and may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also thank you to our sponsor for his patience. Because we are already talking about actually an issue not really contained in the measure, but it involves the agency which is subject matter of the measure, Mr. President. I think yesterday, happened ba yun? Did we
Yes,
suspend yesterday?
yes, we discussed this yesterday.
Yes, yesterday, I think we stopped at when we were discussing the balance of the so-called reserve funds or excess funds of the PhilHealth. Do we now have the correct balance, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, we will flash it on the screen so that you will have a better appreciation of the figures that we will be discussing. Hindi po yan. Ano to? Ito na po. Ito po yung tinatanong ninyo. The Universal Healthcare Act prescribes a ceiling for PhilHealth's reserve fund to be a maximum of 2 years worth of operational expenditures. Historical data from 2018 to 2023 shows that the weighted average 2-year operational expenditures are 280.6 billion. Nandiyan po yung operational expenditure. So yung, I stand corrected, Mr. President, Your Honor, the 463.7 billion that I mentioned earlier, it will be treated as accumulated net income and not reserve, Your Honor. This means that the reserve fund, by law and based on historical data, should not exceed 280.6 billion. Taking out 280.6 billion, which is the maximum allowed reserve fund from the accumulated net income of 463.7 billion, the result will be a surplus of 183.1 billion fund balance. So within that, I'm sorry, it's 182.4, 183.1 billion, sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
So,
as
so within the surplus fund, balance of 183.1 billion, dito po magagaling yung tanong nyo, no? Yung 89.9 billion, yung medyo controversial 89.9 billion. It will come from the government subsidy for indirect contributors. You may want to ask, bakit hindi yung buong 181 billion? Because yung 181 billion, 89.9 billion comes from government subsidy. Yung pong balance po nun, yung po yung sa direct contributors, and that we would, the PhilHealth and the DOF did not touch kasi po yung naggaling sa direct contributors, Your Honor. So ang ginalaw lang po, itong government subsidy of 89.9 billion of the surplus fund of 181.3 billion.
Paano po na-determine yung 89.9? Is that the sum of previous years government subsidy in the GAA? Mukhang hindi eh. So, how do we know that it's 89.9? Mr. President? Minus mo yung 183.1 minus 89.9. Ano yun?
The DOF computed for 89.9 billion unutilized government subsidy by getting the net flow or the difference between the premium or indirect contributors or government subsidy and benefit claims for indirect contributors from years 2021 to 2023. The premium from indirect contributors from 2021 to 2020 totaled 239.1 billion for the 3-year period, while the benefit claims recorded for the same 3-year period amounted to 149.2 billion. So ito po yung ano ng DOF, that the transfer is in compliance with RA 11975 or the General Appropriations Act of 2024 Special Provision on unprogrammed appropriations per DOF Circular number 003-2024. So this is the legal basis by which DOF...
Yes, that's pending before the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Anyway, Mr. President, nag-file tayo nung Friday, Mr. President. So yung 89.9 na babawiin ng DOF is, sabi nila, the unutilized
government subsidy.
balance of the national government subsidy over the years. Diba? Kasi
Yes, for the
let's say
3-year period, Your Honor.
It's over 3 years. Pero when the national government gave this subsidy, this was in the nature of the premium payments of the indirect contributors. Am I right?
That is correct because
That's correct.
they...
That's correct. Tama.
Yes, that is correct.
So that is in the nature of
The indirect
premium rates, the premiums, premium, that's the iba yung premium rate. The premium payments of the indirect contributors. And
Or government subsidy. Yeah.
that is what is called government subsidy.
Yes, that is
Pero
correct.
yung nature niya ba? Yung nature. Bakit? Ba't binigay ni gobyerno? It's to answer for the indirect contributors.
That is correct.
Is that confirmed by our high-ranking PhilHealth officials?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Tapos hinalo yan sa premium payments of the direct contributors. Yan yung more or less siguro yung accumulated net income over the years, no?
That is correct.
Kasi yung claims mas mababa. Ano yun?
That is correct.
Tayo naman we wish for a healthy nation, healthy people. So kung mababa rin siguro ang claims, if that's an indication of improving health, gusto rin natin yon. But if that's an indication of a malfunctioning system, ayaw rin natin nun, okay? Kaya ayun po yung ating dinidiscuss ngayon. Ngayon, yung 2-year operational expenditure po na binawas natin sa accumulated net income, may we know the legal basis na sabi ng ating sponsor, there is a cap. The law provides for a cap. May we know the section and the RA number?
Section 11 po. Yeah. Yung section 11, pinala ka dyan. Yung section 11. Yeah. Sa section 11 yan. That the total amount of revenue shall not exceed Your Honor, according to Section 11 of the Universal Healthcare Act, on program reserve funds, PhilHealth shall set aside a portion of its accumulated revenues not needed to meet the cost of the current year's expenditures as reserve funds, provided that the total amount of reserves shall not exceed a ceiling equivalent to the amount actuarially estimated for 2 years projected program expenditures. So, andun po sa Section 11, Your Honor, that the total amount of reserve shall not exceed at ceiling equivalent to the amount actuarially estimated for 2 years of the projected program expenditures.
Yes, pero yung dulo, after that, yung last sentence ng paragraph na yun, ano pong sinasabi?
Provided, yes, I was about to go to
provided further.
that whenever,
Ito yung clincher eh.
yes, Your Honor,
Whenever we read the law, I mean, actually, we should actually read the entire law. And
Yes.
if we read the paragraph, we should read the entire paragraph.
yes, Your
Mr.
Honor,
President,
I was
so-
about to go to that.
Ah, sige
Provided
po.
further that whenever actual reserves exceed the required ceiling at the end of the fiscal year, the excess of the PhilHealth Reserve Fund shall be used to increase the program's benefits and to decrease the amounts of members' contributions.
So when the law, section 11 says, whenever actual reserves exceed the required ceiling, yan po ba yung sa Flinash natin na surplus fund balance? Yan po ba ay actual reserves which exceeded the required ceiling? Yan po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we referring to that 183.1 billion pesos?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. That's the
Correct.
actual.
And then ano sabi ng batas? Where shall we use the 183.1 billion pesos?
Well, according to, of course, the reserve fund is only 280.6 billion. The 183.1 billion is not the reserve fund by law.
Yes, but yung last sentence po ng first paragraph of section 11, when the proviso says that whenever actual reserves exceed the required ceiling, yan po ba yon? That is the 183.1 billion pesos the actual reserve which exceeded the required ceiling?
That's the fund balance exceeding that's the fund balance on top of the reserve.
Well, that's the fund balance on top of the reserve.
So ano po ito? To what does this actual reserves exceed the required ceiling refer to, Mr. President?
Well, because, Your Honor, Mr. President, the law or the Universal Healthcare Act itself, or the RA 112233, is silent as to how to use the surplus fund balance, Your Honor.
No, Mr. President, basta tignan natin to section 11. To the knowledge of the PhilHealth people, this has not been declared unconstitutional. This has not been declared unconstitutional. Has section 11 been challenged in court? So wala. Okay.
No.
Wala. So,
Not to the know of.
so walang So, utos sa PhilHealth ito kasi siya lang ginagamit mandatory ang language PhilHealth, you shall set aside a portion of your accumulated reserves as reserve funds, which you did.
That is
Pero merong isa pang qualification, the total amount of your reserve funds shall not exceed the ceiling equivalent to the amount actuarially estimated for 2 years projected program expenditure. So, from
That's the 280
that's the
billion.
280.6 billion pesos. That is what PhilHealth now treats as its reserve funds.
That is correct.
Tama?
That is correct.
And then you observe the ceiling. Okay. But that came from accumulated revenues. Tama. That came from accumulated revenues kasi sinabi, you shall set aside a portion of your accumulated
Yes,
revenues. Tama. Apo.
They called it the accumulated net income, Your Honor.
So, when Section 11 refers to actual reserves, what does it refer to?
It's the 280.6 billion, Your Honor.
How can actual reserves exceed the required ceiling when you compute it using the ceiling? How can the last sentence of Section 11 ever be applicable if actual reserves will always equal the required ceiling? So it will never exceed the required ceiling because you're interpreting actual reserves to refer to the reserve funds, Mr. President.
Oo nga, sa GAA kasi.
Hindi po ba mas tama na ang actual reserves is the accumulated revenues, Mr. President?
Your Honor, it's beyond the 2 years that is stipulated in the law, Your Honor. It's 200.
Hindi kasi, pinapagamit po ba, ito na lang para mas klaro, yung reserve funds ninyo na isiniset aside ninyo, estimated at 2 years projected program expenditures, yun po ba ang dapat gamitin sa pagkakaintindi ninyo to increase the program's benefits and to decrease the amount of members' contributions? Hindi, di ba?
Hindi po,
Hindi.
tama po yun.
Hindi.
No,
Therefore,
hindi
we're referring to some other fund.
That's
So
correct.
what are we referring to?
Which fund?
What are we referring to which exceeds now the required ceiling, Mr. President?
That fund is the 183.1 billion, Your Honor. The surplus fund balance.
Correct. That is now the excess.
That is the excess.
That's excess. And that is
That's
the
correct.
183.1 billion is the excess from actual reserves. The actual reserves must refer to 463.7 billion pesos. Ngayon, yung excess na 183.1 billion pesos, if we read Section 11, it can only be used to increase the program's benefits and to decrease the amount of members' contributions. It can never be surrendered to a government agency to fund the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President.
Well, according to to DOH and the DOF, that it is silent, that they do not want to call it the reserve, but instead the terminology that they use is accumulated net income, Your Honor. Yun talaga ang ginagamit po nila. But
Sige na lang, to help us, just to help us, ito tulong nyo na rin po to sa amin in our preparation for the budget cycle. No? Section 11, first paragraph, last proviso. Ano ang interpretation ng PhilHealth officials po natin sa phrase na actual reserves, which is found in the phrase whenever actual reserves exceed the required ceiling at the end of the fiscal year? Ano po meaning ng actual reserves? Sige, we just want to get the opinion of our resource persons, Mr. President. Reserve funds. Ayaw nila gawin ng reserve funds. Wala rin. Pero hindi, reserve funds na nasa loob rin. Ito, that whenever actual reserves, ano meaning ito actual reserves? Yan yung accumulated revenues there.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the actual reserve is 280.6 billion, no? The 2-year operational expenditure. But the 183.1 billion should have been used by the PhilHealth in the past year. So ito po yung pinagkunan nung 89 billion because it is unutilized, no? In the eyes of DOF, these are unutilized fund, and based on that controversial GAA provision, kaya po kanina pong kinuha. But but also as the sponsor of this, I really agree with you, Your Honor, Mr. President, that we should first prioritize the benefits, and if we can really, if we were able to pass this measure, then if we can lower the premium contribution, then I guess that should be the priority before PhilHealth declares excess funds, no, yung controversial excess funds. I think
Kasi
I would agree with you because
I'm asking for the opinion of the implementors of the law kasi sila rin mag-implement itong panukalang batas natin. Amendment kasi ito nitong main law. Eh meron kayong ritong Section 12 na administrative expense na amendment pala, which I will also go to, no? Nasa page 4 po ng ating panukalang batas. So if the interpretation of the PhilHealth officers here present is that the actual reserves refers to the 2-year operational expenditure, then you're using a formula. I mean, therefore, there will never be an excess. Parehas. Parang synonym, pinalitan nyo lang yung pangalan. If X exceeds Y, but Y is equal to X, therefore, X will never exceed Y. I mean, di ba? I mean, sorry, Mr. President. I can only use mathematical terms. That's the only way I can explain it, Mr. President. Di ba? Ang sabi natin, if X exceeds Y, but define Y. Y is equal to X. Therefore, X will never exceed Y because X is equal to Y.
Wala namang ganyanan.
Can we have a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
So, Mr. President, okay, so just to probe the thinking of our PhilHealth officials, if your position is that the 2-year operational expenditure item is the same as the actual reserves mentioned in the last sentence of the first paragraph of Section 11 of the Universal Health Care Act, Mr. President, does it mean that PhilHealth can use that 280.6 billion pesos to increase the program's benefits?
Yes, Your Honor. The PhilHealth can use the 280.6 billion to increase the program's benefits and
Increase,
improve
yes.
other services, Your Honor.
And can you use that also to decrease the amount of members' contributions?
No, Your Honor, because I think we would need, this is the purpose of our amendment.
Ito na yung law natin. So, meron para tayong so the legislature mentioned an option that cannot be chosen, Mr. President, by the PhilHealth Board. Kasi their hands are tied because of the table which provides for the premium rate, etc.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, were the program's benefits actually increased by PhilHealth?
Yes, Your Honor. We through the Z benefit packages, and aside from that, there are new packages that will be included, as mentioned. Wait, I have with me here.
30% case rates, breast cancer.
Bago to. Yes, Your Honor. Aside from the usual Z benefit packages that were included under the UHC, kasama na po doon yung kidney transplant, yung pong open heart surgery, breast cancer. But for this year, these are the new benefit packages, or new and enhanced. 30% increase for case rates, neonatal sepsis, bronchial asthma, consulta expansion, ito po yung check-up. There's an increase in capitation. Hemodialysis enhancement, it was increased already, yung pong dialysis treatments. Services for physical and medical rehabilitation, dengue, hemorrhagic fever, severe, chemotherapy, ito po yung pinakabago by October, or by November. Then ischemic heart disease with myocardial infarction, emergency care by December, ito po, cataract extraction, post-kidney transplant, prostate cancer, cervical cancer, open heart surgeries, and peritoneal dialysis. So ito po yung mga new and enhanced benefit packages that will come by December 2024.
So, pinalawak niyo yung programa, pero yung dati ng programa, in-increase nyo ba yung parang, ano ba tawag mo doon, case rates?
Yes, it was increased by 30%, Your Honor, yung pong case rates of the old benefit packages.
So, all in all, how many cases ba ang tawag mo doon? How many program items do we have? How many program items, all in all?
About 9,000 plus case.
9,000 case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasama na si konsulta dyan?
That's a separate item, Your Honor, because that's yun po yung annual checkup.
Sige po. But at least we have established that the surplus fund balance na pinagkunan ng 89.9 na nabayaran nyo na yung 20 billion ay
That is correct.
na-remit na po. Ay yan po yung computed national subsidy which subsidies which were meant to pay for the premiums of the indirect contributors. We have established that this afternoon. Tama?
That is correct. Yun po yung subsidy
Tama, di ba?
na hindi nagamit, no? Supposedly for indirect contributors.
Yes, hindi nagamit in the sense na hindi na-claim from the fund kasi hindi na-claim from the fund, but then ang nature niya is it's the members funds, members money, Mr. President. Hindi po ba kung gamitin natin ang analogy with the GSIS and the SSS, kaya nagkaroon ng malaking bruhahan noon when the Maharlika wanted to get the so-called excess or idle funds of quotation marks of GSIS and SSS. Sabi ng mga ng publiko, members funds yan kasi contribution namin yan. Huwag niyong galawin beyond the reach of the national government kahit ano pang good purpose ang gusto niyo sabihin. So when the national government extended the national subsidy in the name of the indirect contributors as their premium payments, hindi ba ang nature na ng pera na yon na hinalo na natin sa direct contributors money is also members contribution, Mr. President?
Well, it should have been used, Your Honor, but since it was not, it will be treated as a surplus or unutilized. No? But also to add the GSIS and SSS, those are really members' contributions. Unlike in PhilHealth, meron ho talaga tayo ritong subsidy. Sa kanila po, walang subsidy. So it's only in PhilHealth that there is a subsidy for indirect contributors, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, it's a subsidy, but what is the idea or rationale behind the subsidy? Because these were meant to be the contribution, premium contributions of those we call indirect contributors. Sino itong mga to? For example, as answered already yesterday by our sponsor.
Yeah, senior citizens,
Ang mga indirect natin.
indigents,
Yes.
PWDs.
Opo. Kasi kung wala nito, pwede nyo silang talikuran Hindi kayo member Binigyan ng national subsidy para i-consider namin kayong member. So, talaga bang merong pagkakaiba na hindi ito members funds itong ating pinag-uusapan dito, Mr. President?
Well, according to PhilHealth, ang treatment po kasi sa kanila, kasi pay as you go. PhilHealth must use contributions all in a given year, especially for the indirect contributors, Your Honor. Hindi ho dapat iniipon since we are not, PhilHealth is not a pension fund, Your Honor.
Yes, but Mr. President, ibig sabihin nun, there is a mandate under the law na ubusin nyo, gastusin nyo. Kung naging healthy ang ating mga kababayan, ubusin pa rin ninyo.
Well, the term that they use is actuarially fair, that hindi daw talaga dapat iniipon. No? Whatever inflows, dapat magasto sana. And I think that should be our goal. And siguro ito po yung magiging challenge ng PhilHealth na talagang gastusin na dapat wala nang pumipila sa atin sa mga ahensya at sa iba pa na asking for assistance before they should declare that there really is a surplus or fund balance, no? Dapat po talaga magastos. So nandoon po sa kanila kung paano nagagastos. Mas maganda ho talaga they would be able to service or give all the service all the beneficiaries.
Anong does not include? So dapat talaga gastusin. So you're now following that concept. Gusto niyo ngayon itong or sumang-ayon kayong kunin ito para magastos na lang yung 89.9 sa kalye, sa daan, at saka sa tulay, gano'n? Gano'n ang mangyari. Kalusugan ng tao ngayon, kalusugan daw ng ekonomiya, gano'n na lang. Dahil kailangan gastusin natin yan.
Well, Your Honor, we will be biased along with the deputy minority leader. Kaya we really pushed for this. Personally, I would like that any funds, kung ano po yung pondo sa kalusugan, dapat magastos sa kalusugan. So, I would rather have, if ever, the surplus fund balance or yung 89.9 billion, if it can be earmarked for PhilHealth or health programs, I would be in agreement. No? Mas gusto ko sana hindi na magamit sa iba pang bagay. Sabi ko kung ano yung para sa whatever is for health programs, kung sa PhilHealth po ito, should be used by PhilHealth or for other health-related projects or programs, Your Honor.
So yung 183.1 billion pesos po, bawasan natin ng 89.9 billion pesos na kukunin ng DOF. The balance is, ilan to?
93.2, Your Honor.
93.2 billion pesos. How will the PhilHealth now treat this, Mr. President? Given sabi nila na kailangan gastusin. Sabi nila may ceiling kami, yun na. Gagamitin namin yun to enhance the program's benefits. Merong 93.2 billion at ang feeling ng PhilHealth kailangan gastusin. Anong gawin natin dito?
Well, that will still be considered as a surplus, Your Honor, Mr. President, and it will be used to improve, enhance the benefit packages of the members. And we would welcome, as I mentioned earlier, we would welcome in the proposed amendments to earmark any excess or surplus funds from PhilHealth for Universal Healthcare Act, Your Honor, or PhilHealth or UHCR.
Kung lumalabas ngayon, kasi nga yung 2-year operational expenditure ninyo, nagagamit na nga ninyo to increase the program's benefits. Meron ka pang 93.2 billion, lumalabas na kayo po ay, let us say, nagsiswimming sa pondo na medyo excess na. Pwede bang dahil sa dahilan na yan, mas pababaan pa natin ang premium rate na nandito sa ating panukalang batas, Mr. President, to give our people some respite naman kasi ano rin ito itong ating mga direct contributors, gastos din po sa kanila ito, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, I guess it's in the law, no, that we should prioritize first the benefit packages, and if we can, lower the premium contributions. But that is what we are doing right now.
Can we afford to lower it further, Mr. President? Kung sabi nyo kasi 1% ito, 55 billion from direct contributors ang natin, parang nabawasan sa burden nila. Ito may 93.2 billion ka pa Sobra, 93.2 billion. Lumalampas ka na nga sa ceiling amount. I do not know how you can justify retaining it, Mr. President.
Well, according to PhilHealth, we can afford, but probably not lower than 4%.
Ay, 4% na sa panukala natin So,
that's correct, Your Honor.
Yun ang tanong ko, why can we not afford? Why can we not afford to make this 3%? So minus 55 billion siguro ulit yun. Meron ka pang 93.2 billion pesos na lampas na sa 2-year operational expenditure ceiling amount, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually, we can do it, no, but unfortunately, because we are it's not flexible because it's through legislation. That is why...
Hindi. Kaya nga, Mr. President, nasa panukalang batas natin Ngayon nga, 5, ibababa mo sa 4
4.
in
That's
the in due time during the amendment stage, can we amend this to 3, Mr.
Yes,
President?
probably we can consider, but according to PhilHealth, because they are been very aggressive right now in improving, adding new and enhancing benefit packages for 2025. That is why they would rather have it at 4%, no? As according to this amendment, Your Honor. But before, probably during the amendment period, Your Honor, probably we can study and then take into consideration your proposal, Your Honor.
Kasi Mr. President, I think you can afford it. Kasi yung 280.6 billion pesos na 2-year operational expenditure ninyo, which observes the ceiling under the law, can be used to increase the program's benefits. Inamin ninyo kanina yon. Yung balancing ngayon doon sa 183.1 billion na surplus fund, i-minus mo sa 89.9, may 93.2 billion pesos ka, na I do not know what the legal basis why you can retain it, ilampas ka na sa ceiling mo, you can still use that to increase the program's benefits. Therefore, we can give our people some respite by yung direct contributors, we can give them some respite by lowering the premium rate. Actually, nanggaling din naman tayo sa 3% way back in the year 2020.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So,
When we
Mr.
first
President,
implemented the law, we started at 3%, Your Honor.
so I plead to the PhilHealth statisticians, their actuaries, if they can make a projection, Mr. President, if they can afford to lower it. And then,
Yes, we
and
will.
then susundin naman natin yung graduated pa rin pataas. And then
Yes.
makikita
That is
rin
correct.
natin kasi alam nyo yung mga programs, benefits ninyo, on paper lang yun. Ang test talaga sa realities kung paano na i-implement. Kasi marami pa rin reklamo na actually, marami reklamo na on paper. Marami kayong programa na on paper. Mga yung no balance billing ninyo, on paper. Kasi daw yung mga gamot na piniprescribe ng doktor, even in a government hospital, wala naman daw sa pharmacy. Kaya pag mamayabang natin, there's no balance billing, nothing, wala, no out-of-pocket expenses. Pero sa reality po ito, I'm sure our sponsor na nalapitan na rin yan na magtataka ka, bakit gano'n? Nagaling ka sa government hospital, nga sir, ito pa yung bill, 400,000 lang babayaran ko. That you call it no balance billing, Mr. President?
Yes, we're still far from our goal of having a genuine universal health care. But since it's a 10-year program, we are just entering the 4th year. But if there's any consolation, I guess lowering the out-of-pocket expense from more than 60% to about 40 to 44% is already a big improvement. But we would not stop there, Your Honor, Mr. President. That is why this representation would accept your proposal that the fund balance, no, yung pong halimbawa, for example, 89.9 billion be earmarked for UHC so that you can realize the full implementation of this program at the soonest possible time, Your Honor.
At any rate, Mr. President, since we're already amending the mother law, ito lang question ko sa kanila. Ibawas po natin yung 89.9 doon sa surplus fund balance nito, 93.2 billion pesos. As the law stands right now, what is your legal basis, PhilHealth, for holding on to that amount? Sige nga. Kasi sabi ninyo, may ceiling, merong 2 years cap eh. Kaya nga minus ninyo from your accumulated net income yung 280.6 billion kasi because of the 2-year cap eh. What is the justification for you retaining the 93.2 billion pesos?
Your Honor, actually, it's in the last sentence of Section 11 that whenever actual reserves exceed the required ceiling at the end of the fiscal year, the excess of the PhilHealth Reserve Fund shall be used to increase the program's benefits and to decrease the amount of members' contributions, Your Honor.
So we're citing the same sentence for proviso, Mr. President. Why can we not use that for the 89.9 billion pesos? Why? Anong difference? You use it to justify your retention of the 93.2 billion pesos, but you cannot use it to say that we will not surrender the 89.9 billion pesos.
Your Honor, according to PhilHealth, that they will use that for the aggressive benefit packages improvement, no, that I partially mentioned earlier, but they would have more in 2025, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Kaya
That
nga,
would
Mr.
sign
President, the legal basis being cited, cannot that be used as the legal basis to also hold on or retain the 89.9 billion pesos being recalled by the DOF, Mr. President? Pareha silang surplus fund balance, Mr. President. So tama nga ako sa interpretation ko kanina na yung surplus fund balance, yan na nga yung yan na yung excess of the actual reserves in the last sentence of Section 11, Mr. President, first paragraph.
Your Honor, that's the reason why it's only about 90 billion, because in reality, yung pong 180 billion, in reality, they do not have the absorptive capacity to spend that much amount. Kaya po yung 90 billion, nasa 90 billion na po yung pinangahawakan po nila.
Correct. And so can we give our people, the direct contributors, some respite by lowering the premium rate?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Precisely,
We
Mr.
will,
President.
if you propose
So,
amendment,
I mean,
we will really consider.
Yes, Mr. President. Ganun lang kasi umikot-ikot lang po tayo na absorptive capacity, legal basis, improving the package, premium rate, ganun. So,
Yes, I agree. As the sponsor of this measure, I'm sure that a lot of us here who are authors of this landmark legislation would agree, no, to a lowering of rates, because as I mentioned in the early part of this interpellation, Your Honor, no law is perfect, and we have to adapt to the situation, and we are still a lot are still recovering from the pandemic. So
thank you.
kung maibaba natin ng 4%, kung 3%, so much the better, Your
So
Honor.
please study it, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, kasi malaking tulong din po yun na you aggressively increase the benefits, at the same time you show the people na ayaw naman namin matulog ang pera sa PhilHealth or ma-divert ang pera sa
iba.
health of the economy sa tulay at saka sa mga daan, babawasan namin yung members' contribution. Pero meron kayo, I'll now go to the last part, alas tapusin na po natin ito because we're really supportive of the lowering of the premium rate actually. At kung ma-implement natin ito, the better, the sooner the better. Dito po sa page 3, lines 1 to 5, bakit po natin binibigyan ang PhilHealth Board ng kapangyarihan na i-adjust din yung income floor and income ceiling? Linagay din natin sa table yun eh. Why?
Your Honor, the reason for that, Your Honor, is that to give it more flexibility, especially with the experience during the pandemic, everybody was really suffered, no? Medyo naghirap po lahat, but PhilHealth was not able to adjust because by law, they cannot. So we're thinking that to give it more flexibility,
Let's apply it
the
to
board can the board can adjust the income ceiling and
sige,
floor,
kunyari,
Your Honor.
let's go back to the pandemic time. Kunyari, you had this power. What would the board have done? To lower the income ceiling or to increase the income ceiling?
Presidente na ganun yun. Di ba si Presidente na with this, during the pandemic, Your Honor, Mr. President, the President suspended the increase in the premium rate. increases, but this time, we're hoping that the board will be given that powers, Your Honor, to suspend or adjust, especially during the times of emergency, Your Honor, just like the pandemic.
Pero ingat po tayo kasi you may be seeing something I do not see. So are we asking in our bill that the PhilHealth board be given the power to suspend the premium rate increases? I do not see it in the bill, Mr. President. Kasi kung yun ang interpretation nila,
For example, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them, that for example, there's a lot of funds, then they can adjust accordingly, no? And so that the direct contributors will not anymore increase, no? Pwede pong gamitin po 'yon by adjusting.
This is the sentence, Mr. President. Provided that after consultation with stakeholders and upon recommendation of the Secretary of Health, the PhilHealth Board may adjust the income floor and income ceiling based on the funding requirement of health benefit packages. Yun. So you find therein the power of the PhilHealth Board to suspend the premium rates increase or to touch the premium rates, Mr. President, based on that sentence? Wala, di ba? Wala. Imposible. Imposible yan. Imposible yan. Pero bakit? Board sila nag-interest sa income?
Your Honor, according to it is the Secretary of Health can recommend and the board will decide, no? And the board is composed of different. It's a multi-sectoral composed of multi-sectoral representation, Your Honor. And I think we introduced this because during the during the pandemic we saw how difficult it was because there was no flexibility.
What is it that we want? Flexibility in what, Mr. President? So I can help. So the minority can help in crafting the bill, Mr. President. Kasi what I see here is the adjustment of income floor and income ceiling. Kaya gusto ko nga malaman ano bang effect noon? Si income floor and income ceiling ang gusto ninyong galawin eh. Anong effect po noon?
Yes, for example, Your Honor, Mr. President, sa ngayon 5% po tayo, no? Yung rate with an income ceiling of 100,000, ang contribution po natin is 5,000 pesos. But if the board will be given that flexibility, for example, there's an emergency, if they can adjust the income ceiling to about 80,000, so ang magiging premium contribution na lang po is about 4,000, Your Honor. So it's more flexible because if we, just like the old experience, it's difficult because they cannot amend the law just
So
very easy.
nung pandemic pala, you wanted to lower the burden, to ease the burden on the contributors. Tama? Yun ang gusto niyong gawin.
Yes, that is correct. But PhilHealth's hands were tied because
Correct,
of
because
the law, Your Honor.
it's in a table form. Andun si rate, fixed rate, and then si income floor, si income ceiling.
That is correct.
Okay. Pero tandaan po natin, yung panukalang batas natin, binaba na natin si income ceiling. Binaba, kinalahati natin si income ceiling sa ating panukalang batas. You still want that power to play with the income floor and the income ceiling?
Your Honor, according to PhilHealth and DOH, that in case all the benefit packages would be successful, then they would be needing more resources.
This
Your
time
Honor.
by increasing now the income ceiling.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's, Mr. President, what we do not want to delegate, Mr. President. Dapat klaro na siguro. Kasi nga, parehas eh. sasabihin nyo yung rate, beyond our reach rate, pero meron pala tayong way to also increase the contribution by playing around with the income floor and income ceiling. Why can we, is the sponsor amenable na kung what is there on the table? Yun na rin po yun. Anyway, kinalahati na natin si income ceiling. Ito,
Yes, to make things
ang laki na ng tulong.
simpler.
Oh, para makita po natin na yung direction natin ay to ease the burden of the premium payments of the direct contributors.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Binabaan
To make it simpler.
natin si rate 4% na may appeal nga ako kung pwede pang
Ibaba pa.
pero si income floor retain ninyo, si income ceiling binabaan ninyo. So bababa talaga yung maximum amount. Tama. Yun
That
yung
is correct.
tama. The income ceiling determines the maximum amount of the that's not. Yeah, it depends on the income, di ba? So it
That
depends
is
on the,
correct.
so the income ceiling fixes the maximum amount a direct contributor is expected to pay as premium. Maximum amount po yun. Apo.
That is correct.
So, ganun na lang po. Rather than court controversy
Yeah,
na biglang
it's more
natago
complicated.
natin. Ganun na lang.
What your proposal is more if it will be simpler, the better, Your Honor.
Yes, opo. Pinagbigyan na rin naman natin sila. So that entire proviso found page 3, lines 1 to 5. If at the proper time, maybe we will propose for its deletion, Mr. President. So pwede pong pakitignan na lang po natin. And then siguro ito po, mga last part na po, last topic, yung sa page 4 po, line 15, meron tayong section 12 amendments sa administrative expense. Existing law, ang sabi pala ng existing law is no more than 7.5% of the actual total premium collected from direct and indirect contributory members during the immediately preceding year shall be allotted for the administrative cost of implementing the program. And then we want this amended to 7.5%. So, ibig sabihin nun, dati-rate, ceiling, existing law, ceiling. Ngayon, we want it to be very specific. This particular percentage, may we know why? Why the change in the wording, Mr. President?
Your Honor, according to PhilHealth, it will affect their improvement of operation, yung sa improvement ng IT, everything, sa reorganization. So that is why they are requesting a fixed rate of 7.5 because if I enumerate from 2020, 5% lang po. 2021, 5%. 2022, 7.5. 2023, 5%. So, ano po DBM only grants iba-ibang rate every year, but it'll be better if they can project the improvement of the management and the operations better if it's fixed at 7.5% instead of DBM have proposing a different rates every year, Your Honor.
So just for my education, Mr. President, for me to better appreciate Section 12. Ano pala ito? This will be a line item in the budget in the subsidy given by the government to PhilHealth? Or is this a board decision that this is the maximum amount we will spend for administrative cost?
Your Honor, this is a corporate budget of PhilHealth, Your Honor.
Correct. Oo nga.
Board decision.
Kaya nga, yung binanggit niyo na in some years 5%, was that dictated upon PhilHealth by the DBM?
Yes, Your Honor, according to
So
PhilHealth.
DBM dictates, sabi nila 5%.
That is correct.
Okay, but were you able to successfully function during that year? Na lilimit kayo sa 5%?
Your Honor, according to our SPP here, that it affects their expansion and improvement of operation. They were able to survive, but ang projection po kasi nila nasa 7.5, but what was granted was 5%. So they had to make the necessary adjustments, and it really hampers their improvement and expansion.
How come there were years na 7.5 po ang inalaw ng DBM? How come? Ano po ang explanation doon?
So according to PhilHealth, they requested. That's why it was granted because according to them, they justified it through their expansion and improvement of their IT services, Your Honor. So nabigyan sila 7.5. So that is the reason why they would want a fixed rate of 7.5. So at least every year that if ever it would be easier for them for their projections for their improvement and expansion.
In that year po na 7.5% yung grinant ng DBM, can we get the amount? Magkano po yung amount na yun for that year, and what was that year?
The amount in 2024, 7.5% is about 14.84 billion, Your Honor.
Billion?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the limit. In 2023, 10.36 billion. So yun yung 5%. So difference of 4 billion, Your Honor.
14 ba? 14 billion? Did
14,
you say
14.
14 billion?
1.4.
So 1.4 billion would be the administrative expenses of PhilHealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
And-
Administrative expenses
And
nationwide. Your Honor.
what would be the items comprising so-called administrative expenses, Mr. President?
Personnel services and MOE, Your Honor.
So yung sweldo ng entire PhilHealth personnel and manpower, dito po natin.
Yes,
kinukuha.
it's included in the 14 billion.
Plus yung mga, ano nyo, IT, plus ang inyong...
Operation.
Yung meron kayong sabi niyong caravan na umikot kayo?
That is correct. The caravan, the promotion, everything.
Bakit ba kayo nag-caravan pa kasi? Bakit di nyo na lang ipaubaya yan sa mga clinics and then, yung check-up and doon na sa mga established institutions?
That is part of their information campaign, Your Honor, because even according to surveys, no, only 15% of those surveyed know about UAC and other health programs. So the caravan is part of their information campaign of the different health programs, no, that Filipinos can avail of at present.
Caravan ito na parang mobile clinic na? Nagpapatest sila doon, gano'n? Di ba
According to PhilHealth, they are inviting all the stakeholders to explain the benefits and the programs of PhilHealth and the health programs of the government.
So parang information caravan
Information
lang pala
campaign,
yan.
Your Honor.
Hindi yan yung akala ko may mga mobile medical missions kayo, gano'n. Hindi yan.
Hindi po. It's really information campaign and kasama na rin po sa membership and registration.
Sige nga, magkano po yung budget natin for that caravan? I'm sure hindi ganun kalaki.
We're just checking right now, Your Honor.
Ano itong 7.5? Ano? So, ano ba maganda? Dapat siguro not more than. Maganda pa rin yung revenue na not more than.
Oo nga. So sa kanilang budget, Your Honor, while we are still waiting for the figures according to PhilHealth, that this budget is derived from the regional offices, no? Kasi sila po yung nag-undertake nung nag-implement po ng caravans.
Para lang po maklaro sa mind ko, kasi when I heard that sa interpellation ni Senator Risa, I thought it was a big budget program.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for 2023, just to give you an example, the budget for these caravans, advertising, and marketing and promotion expenses is about 167. But for 2024, because they would want to be more aggressive and dahil nga po daw sa survey, 15% lang ang may alam tungkol po sa UAC and the packages offered by PhilHealth, they increased it to 605 million, Your Honor. So yung marketing and promotion expenses, 503 million, and other advertising expenses to 100 million.
Sige po. But Anyway, that will be pursued during the budget deliberations. Pero Mr. President, I don't think there's much of a difference when we say no more than 7.5%. I think it's better stated that way because that's a range. We're giving the supervisor of their budget, the DBM, a range rather than Congress dictating na 7.5% ang ibigay mo sa DBM, ibigay mo sa PhilHealth. So a range giving the supervising agency or the overseeing agency a range is better than Congress mandating a specific percentage. That is the opinion of this representation, Mr. President.
Well, Your Honor, probably just so that you would not be worried, in case, malaki po kasi difference, yung 5 to 7.5%, that's 4 billion. And it might affect the projected expansion, improvement of operations, and it's determined by DBM, no? Ang nagde-determine DBM. But in case there is surplus, kung halimbawa po 7.5% yung fixed, in case there will be excess, then it will go to surplus fund balance, Your Honor. Mapupunta rin po sa surplus.
Then indirectly sa tulay pupunta, Mr. President. Kaya balik nga tayo sa basic issue, Mr. President. So, kasi di ba may budget call? Kasama rin kasi kayo sa budget call, covered kayo sa budget call, you defend your budget before the DBM. So, I think that interaction is better, Mr. President. Anyway, kung ma-convince niyo si DBM, we're back at the 7.5%, which is the maximum that the DBM can grant you. Rather than unahan na natin ngayon, wala tayong narinig. Hindi natin naririnig ang plans nila for the next 10 years and that 7.5% na yung ating imamandato, Mr. President.
Well, then if Your Honor, if the minority leader will propose that amendment, then we would consider. We'll
I'm
gladly
just
consider,
giving
Your
the sponsor a preview na siguro, and hoping that he will agree with this representation na giving the DBM a range. Kung gusto nyo, taas pa natin yung range. Pero the discretion is there. Lagay mo sa 7.7 3/4 kung gusto nyo. Or, kasi 7.5 ito. So, nag-increase tayo. 7.3, which is the range. Up to 8%. But it's still a range. No? But to be determined by the DBM as the
discretionary na.
overseeing agency after listening to the plans of the agency.
Yes, we'd consider. And,
Pag-isipan po natin, Mr. President,
take note of that.
rather than fixing it, na magiging more or less 14 billion a year ang gusto ninyong
Suggestion of minority leaders will take it.
So, Mr. President, siguro yung last na lang, yung mga phoned-in questions natin, yung mga hospital ba bang naniningil sa PhilHealth na hindi sila nababayaran, Mr. President?
Improvement na. Ilang pang percentage yun? Marami bang hospitals? Yung mga management, 100. Ang sabi natin, meron talaga, sir, pero we are just everything right. 28. Ang target is 28 days. Turn around. Yun ang turnaround time is actual, pero 60 days na target. Your Honor, the target is the 60 days, no? That
From the claim?
dapat ma-turn around, no? Mabayaran ka agad yung hospital, but yung actual daw, or at present, 28 days na lang po.
Pa.
But there are still some cases that yung mga may issues siguro that are still pending, but they have improved from 60 days to 28 days yung actual po, yung actual turnaround.
So yung mga no problem, yung no issues in less than a month na nababayaran na po ninyo. Pero magkano po yung mga total hospital claims na let us say lagyan na lang natin sa quotation mark with issues, kaya masasabi nating nagrereklamo sila na hindi pa sila nababayaran, Mr. President.
According to PhilHealth, about 6%. Yung may mga pending, yung mga may issues. But to give
What does
just
that mean? 6% of claims?
total claims, Your Honor.
So 94% ng mga claims, bayaran nyo 6%. But do we have an amount?
In fact, here, I have with me here yung pong benefit payments for the first half of 2024 is at 10 billion or a 16% increase compared to the first semester of 2023. Average monthly payment in 2024 was at 12.5 billion as against 10.7 billion in 2023. So yung total is in 2024 nasa 74.9 billion na po yung benefit payment.
Nabayaran.
Previous year nasa 64 lang po. So may 10 billion na increase na po sila this year.
Pero yung 6% for example lang, ano more or less ano po ang ano doon, ballpark figure, yung hanging na hospital claims amount.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, they don't have the
Mahirap
actual
bigyan ng
figure.
amount.
Basta about
But yung
estimate 6%.
yung mga reports po na merong hospital na nagsasaraduhan dahil sa delayed payments or hindi sila binabayaran ng PhilHealth. Do we have also reports reaching PhilHealth about this?
Pero meron kayong number. Mailan? Your Honor, they don't have the exact number, but according to them, it's not PhilHealth's fault, but it's the decision of course, the hospital owners. Pero we will just furnish, siguro, once PhilHealth will be able to give their
Pero
their,
meron na po
records.
silang natanggap na report na allegation na napilitan na magsara because of delayed PhilHealth payments.
Hindi ngayon. As of late, because of the increase in benefits and increase in payment, as of late, they have not received any, Your Honor. Siguro nung nakaraan po yun, pero ngayon po, in fact, they have received commendations, Your Honor, because of the improvements in their payments, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, okay, I think we have reached the end of our interpellation on this very simple measure to which the minority agrees, Mr. President. And the interpellation extended over 3 months, Mr. President. I'm sorry about that, sa PhilHealth, because alam niyo PhilHealth, judging from the SONA of the President, you are one of the most important agencies right now. Kayo, PhilHealth, Philippine Coast Guard, yung mga ganyan. Hindi nyo lang, baka hindi nyo alam o alam ninyo. Sa health segment ng SONA, halos kalahati, it's about you, PhilHealth. Okay? So, we really want to help you. Ngayon, since we are touching on the main law, tinitignan natin how we can improve it, and then how we can also help you. At the same time, sinabi ko nga dun sa kontra SONA ko na there are issues hurled against PhilHealth. Please do not dismiss them. Treat them seriously, basahin ninyo, and then yung mga may merit, address them immediately and properly. Yung mga walang merit, chismis lang, inform us properly na ano lang po yan, intriga, just to taint our achievements, etc. Okay, so communicate with us directly para alam po namin. So we are, I asked my partner in the minority, we are supportive of this bill kasi nga naman, ang gusto lang naman talaga nito ay pagaanin. Actually, pagaanin, that's the essence. I think
That's the essence of the
it's the
universal
adjustment
health
in the
care.
premium rates which is the essence. And pababa ang adjustment, mga kababayan, pababa. Therefore, parang there is an admission from PhilHealth that they have sufficient funds, ganun lang, maybe for even for your aggressive plans, you have already sufficient funds, and you want to communicate this to the people by by having more programs, increased benefits, and easing the financial burden from the people, especially from the direct contributors. Okay, that's our goal, and we are with you in this goal. So, yung some of the flexibilities na lang which might negate, maybe kasi we're talking to present leadership, but 5 to 10 years from now, the PhilHealth, the same entity might be led by different personalities already. Yung flexibilities, ingat lang po tayo doon because we might reverse the benefits or the gains that we want to achieve through this measure. So, kaya ang appeal ko lang sa sponsor natin, if the power is basically legislative in nature, let's keep it that way. Balik na lang sa legislature kung kailangan po natin baguhin. Okay? So, thank you to our sponsor, to our resource persons, and I thank them for their patience, and I congratulate our sponsor, Mr. President. Kailangan kailangan pag mag-succeed tayo maging panukalang batas, let the people know ano yung ginawa natin. It's really to reflect the realities, the new realities of PhilHealth, and it will be a better universal health care, hopefully for all, and reasonably achieved by the people. So thank you. Maraming salamat po.
Minority Leader, thank you also for your intervention.
We thank the distinguished Minority Leader. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, in view of the desire of several of our colleagues to interpolate or issue manifestations, Mr. President,
Mr. President, meron lang po akong manifestation dito sa bill ni Senator JV.
Senator Go is recognized, and you may proceed, sir.
I support the minority leader sa kanyang layunin na mas mababaan pa itong pag-increase, no? I want to thank the principal sponsor of this measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for leading the discussions on the amendments to the Universal Health Care Act to adjust PhilHealth premium contribution rates. Mr. President, last week nagkaroon tayo ng public hearing on Committee on Health kung saan pinuna natin ang hindi paggamit ng mga pondo ng PhilHealth, lalo na po yung halagang 89.9 billion na ayon mismo sa Department of Finance ay nakatulog lang po at nakatenga. Habang marami po sa ating mga kababayan ang naghihirap po na hindi makalabas sa hospital, walang pambayad sa kanilang mga hospital billing, at dahil po sa limitadong benepisyo sa kalusugan, konti lang pa rin po ang kinocover ng PhilHealth. Tingnan niyo po yung mga hospital billings ninyo. Kung meron kayong hospital bill, kahit na empleyado po ng PhilHealth mismo na admit doon sa Visayas, parang kumbaga 300,000 yung bill niya, 10,000 lang yata binawas. Pero ang dami pa rin pong natutulog na pondo ng PhilHealth sa ngayon. Na-discover natin, meron pa silang 500 billion na reserve fund, no? Hindi pa nagagamit. Baka pwede naman tong gamitin sa mga mahirap bago huli na ang lahat. Maraming pasyente pa rin po ang nagdurusa. Iniisip na ubos na ang pondo ng PhilHealth, samantalang mayroon naman palang sobra. These funds could make a life-saving difference, such as improvement of dialysis package, mental health benefits, dental benefits. Ang daming gusto dentist, no? And Z benefit packages for severe illnesses. Mahalaga na bantayan natin kung saan napupunta ang mga pondong ito. Sa dami ng pondo, bakit hindi ito magamit upang direktang tulungan ang mga nangangailangan sa halip na hayaan lang itong matulog dyan o matenga o malipat po sa mga hindi naman ganon kaimportanteng pangangailangan? I suggested 3 things: improve benefit packages, Number 2, expand and implement new programs. Number 3, reduce or suspend the increase in premium contribution rates. Mabigat po yung contribution na yan dahil yung panahon ng pandemya, sinuspend nga po yan, ano? At mabigat po yung contribution na yan matapos makikita yung alam mo, masakit sa loob ng mga contributors na magdagdag ng kanilang contribution, mag-increase ng contribution, while marami pang pondong hindi nagagamit ang PhilHealth. Dapat po babaan ang premium increase at maging ang inyong mismong premium. During the hearing, PhilHealth CEO and President Emmanuel Ledesma said that he will immediately recommend to President Bongbong Marcos the reduction of premium rate contributions of members. Malaking bagay po ito habang hindi pa naipapasa ang panukalang ito na ating pinag-uusapan. Tututukan po natin ito and we will schedule another hearing on August 20. At given the discussions in the hearing and as a co-author and co-sponsor of this bill, I reiterate my support for this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Go. Senator Ejercito?
Before we close the period of interplay, I'd just like to thank the chairman of the Committee on Health for allowing us to hear this measure and to push for this measure under the subcommittee. So, thank you, Senator Bongo, for your support also for the passage of the amendment to the UHC. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Ejercito are noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2620.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Further consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 is suspended.
Mr. President, some administrative matters, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body and pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of the Rules of the Senate, I move for the nomination and election of members of various permanent committees, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
I withdraw my previous statement, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 267 on House Bill 8214, Committee Report number 268 on House Bill number 8426, Committee Report number 269 on House Bill number 8483, Committee Report 270 on House Bill 9335, Committee Report 271 on House Bill 9623, Committee Report number 272 on House Bill 9624, Committee Report number 273 on House Bill 9656, Committee Report number 274 on House Bill 8484, Committee Report number 275 on House Bill number 8491, Committee Report number 276 on House Bill 8492, Committee Report number 277 on House Bill 8494, Committee Report number 278 on House Bill 8970, and Committee Report number 279 on House Bill 9556. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection. Same is hereby approved. Secretary General is so directed.
House number 8214, Lucena City Hospital, Quezon. 8426, Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center, Balanga, Bataan. 8483 Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital in Montalban, Rizal. 9335 Basilan Medical Center, Isabela Basilan. 9623 Laguna Regional Hospital, Bay Laguna. 9624 San Jose City, Dr. Eleuterio R. Violago Mother and Child General Hospital, San Jose, Nueva Ecija. 9656 Zamboanga Regional Medical Center. 8484 Bangi District Hospital, Ilocos Norte. 8491 Dr. Catalino Gallego Nava Provincial Hospital, Ordan Himaras. 8494 Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital, Jagna Bohol. 8492 Victoria City General Hospital, Victorias Negros Occidental. 8970 Congressman Simeon G. Toribio Memorial Hospital, Carmen Bohol. House number 9556 St. Bernadette Children and Maternity Hospital, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider the aforementioned House bill numbers. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to consider the aforementioned House bills. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to recognize Senator Christopher Bongo, the chairperson of the Committee on Health, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
Senator Go is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I have the honor to sponsor today local hospital bills which are aimed toward towards the improvement on and development of various public hospitals in the country. The COVID-19 pandemic has made us more cognizant of the need to capacitate and improve our government health facilities. We saw the need to invest more to our healthcare system. Mr. President, dapat laging handa ang ating mga pampublikong ospital na magserbisyo sa mga pasyente. Sa pag-iikot ko po sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa, nakita ko po mismo ang kakulangan natin sa hospital beds at equipment. Minsan, isang kama, dalawang pasyente ang nagtatabi. Paano gagaling yung pasyente kung ganun po ang kanilang kinatatayuan? Minsan po, yung nasa hospital corridor na po nakaratay, yung ibang hospital naman umaabot sa 400% bed occupancy rate po kung saan pinagkakasya ang mga pasyente sa isang kama. Kawawa po ang ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na yung mga mahirap. It is for these reasons, Mr. President, that we aim to further strengthen our government hospitals, especially in the provinces. Today, I wish to seek your support, dear colleagues, for the following bills establishing or upgrading our government facilities. Number 1, House Bill 8483 seeks to create the Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital in Rizal. The facility is proposed to be a Level 2 hospital under the direct control and supervision of the DOH. According to the DOH, the gap for Level 2 hospital beds in Rizal is 1,671 beds. Number 2, House Bill number 8214 seeks to establish the Lucena City under the direct control and supervision of the DOH. According to the DOH, the bed-to-population ratio is in Quezon is 1:1,462, which is beyond the ideal 1:1,000 ratio. Thus, a new hospital would help address the need in hospital beds. Number 3, House Bill 9623 proposes the establishment of the Laguna Regional Hospital under DOH. The gap for Level 3 hospital beds in Laguna is 10,337 beds. This hospital would therefore help in meeting the gap in hospital beds. Number 4, House Bill 9624 creates the Senator Edgardo J. Angara General Hospital under the DOH to address the gap for Level 3 hospital beds in Nueva Ecija, which is 5,349 beds. Number 5, House Bill 9335 upgrades the Basilan General Hospital into a tertiary hospital to be known as the Basilan Medical Center. Currently, the hospital beds average bed occupancy rate is 184%, which is above the target of 85%. The hospital has also not received an upgrade since Republic Act 8453 in 1998 pa po. Number 6, House Bill 8426 upgrades the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center to a multi-specialty hospital. The hospital's average bed occupancy rate is 100%, which is above the target of 85%. Number 7, House Bill 9656 seeks to rename the Mindanao Central Sanitarium into the Zamboanga Regional Medical Center. The Mindanao Central Sanitarium has transformed and expanded its role as sanitarium from the leprosy services, treatment of new cases, and management of leprosy complications like leprosy reactions and neuritis, and rehabilitation to providing emergency outpatient treatment. Number 8, House Bill 8970 proposes to increase the bed capacity of Congressman Simeon G. Toribio Memorial Hospital in Bohol from 40 to 75 beds. According to the DOH, the gap for Level 1 hospital beds in Bohol is 2,790 beds. Number 9, similarly, House Bill 8494 seeks to increase the bed capacity of Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital also in Bohol from 75 to 100 beds. Number 10, House Bill 8491 converts the Dr. Catalino Gallego Nava Provincial Hospital in Guimaras into a Level 2 hospital. Currently, the hospital's average bed occupancy rate is 185%, which is above the target of 85%, thus needing the upgrade. Number 11, House Bill 8484 upgrades the Bangi District Hospital in Ilocos Norte into a Level 2 district hospital since the hospital's average bed occupancy rate is 126%, which is above the target of 85%. Number 12, House Bill 8492 seeks to establish the Victoria City General Hospital in Negros Occidental under the LGU. According to the DOH, the gap for Level 2 hospital beds in Negros Occidental is 1,322 beds. This hospital would help address the need for additional hospital services. Number 13, lastly, House Bill 9556 amends the Republic Act 11272 to change the location of the hospital to be built in the city of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. It is noteworthy to mention, Mr. President, that the DOH fully supports the passage of these bills and the DBM has no objections to its enactment. Mr. President, it is our duty as legislators to enact measures that would help address the lack of appropriate facilities and equipment in our government hospitals, most especially in these crucial times. It is for these reasons that I'm seeking the Chamber's support for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Go. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion. There being no objection, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the EBET Framework Act. Mr. President, the Parliament, I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2587. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, before you take that up, may I just manifest something on the floor?
Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I was in the room upstairs, I could hear sponsorship of local bills. With due respect to the sponsor and the majority leader, it's not in the agenda today. Because I asked which local bills they are, and sabi ng staff ko, hindi naman siya nakalagay sa agenda. May we ask the majority floor leader, will this be a policy that we just take up majority of local bills without, or bills rather that are not in the agenda? Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I think the manifestation of the good former Senator President is well placed, Mr. President, because of the agreement that all House bills should be tackled during a Thursday, and indeed this coming Thursday there would be a session just for local bills, Mr. President. But I was directed to proceed with the transfer from calendar to ordinary business of the bills just mentioned to give way for the sponsor to be interpolated this coming Thursday, Mr. President. And my understanding, Mr. President, is that we just took a window to proceed with the lull that would enable us to proceed accordingly, Mr. President. But I seek a clarification from the chair as to the guidance, considering that there was already an agreement concerning this matter.
By way of additional information, thank you, Majority Leader. Although it is not in today's agenda, it is part of the weekly agenda since it will be taken up on a Thursday. Now, with the indulgence of Senator Zubiri, Senator Pimentel raised the issue earlier of local bills not being sponsored and the period of interpolation and amendments be considered on the same day. Hence, the issue came to the fore, given the point raised, the valid point raised by Senator Go, that given his situation and most electionist situation, whereby they're allocating Thursdays to defend the local bills assigned to their respective committees, it would need 2 Thursdays to approve a local bill he is sponsoring if it will be taken up on separate days. Hence, upon agreement earlier with the Minority Leader, the Minority Leader suggested that during a lull in the proceedings in plenary, even on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, that sponsorship be allowed, although omnibussly, so that interpolation and the period of amendments can proceed as agreed upon and as scheduled on a Thursday. That was the history, Your Honor,
Yes. But,
of how it came about that it was taken up today, because as agreed to in plenary, all members should agree if bills will be taken up on a Thursday, and the bill was taken up not on a Thursday, but with the assent of the minority today. What is the pleasure of the gentleman from Bukidnon?
Yes, with due respect to the Minority Floor Leader, in the first caucus that we had asked the Majority Floor Leader to make sure that it is properly recorded in the agenda so that we may study even sponsorships, because it's been precedents and Senate precedents that we would tackle only the measures, and we learned this through Minority Floor Leader Franklin Drilon. He will not tackle a measure on the floor if it was not placed in the agenda of the day, precisely because we don't want to be surprised by measures all of a sudden sponsored on the floor without us knowing, because we would like to listen. I personally would like to listen to the sponsorship of the good gentleman from Davao, particularly the chairman of the Committee on Health. And I was apparently told by my staff that these bills were not included in the weekly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is in the weekly agenda, Your Honor.
My staff was doing this earlier, so they're mistaken. So just as a respect to the other members, because that was what we discussed in the caucus, that it should be agended for the day so that we also know if this is going to be sponsored, so we can listen to the sponsorship of these measures. Kasi kung wala naman po kaming problema, Mr. Senate President, on the measures, these are hospitals, then as long as we are informed, and then on Thursday when it is taken up, we don't even need to ask any questions because we already know what these measures are all about. Pero kung biglaan na lang po, hindi natin alam na sponsor na pala, on Thursday they take it up. So my appeal to the majority floor leader, if they're going to take it up, just keep it in the agenda for the day. I mean, if they're free to sponsor it today or tomorrow, as long as it's in the agenda of the day, every day. Lalo na yung local bills. That's what we used to do with the majority leader Joel Villanueva. Sabi ko sa kanya, ilagay mo na lang yan every day para if there's a lull, may pasok natin. But we don't violate the rule that we tackle these measures as long as it is agendad for the day.
The
So
point
my
is well
appeal.
taken, as mentioned by the majority
Thank you.
leader. We will adjust accordingly.
Thank you, Mr.
Your Honor.
President. Thank you very much.
And apologies for the oversight for today, given the circumstances narrated by the chair earlier. We thank the gentleman for his magnanimity and understanding.
May I be recognized, Mr. President?
Majority Leader,
It was already
oh,
Move that
apologies.
yes.
Senator Villanueva, the
Yes, Mr.
sponsor
President.
of the measure,
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
is recognized to receive or propose amendments.
Yes, Mr. President, we just received a clean copy already distributed to the members of the Senate, and I believe the Senate Minority Leader would also like to propose an amendment, Mr. President. May we move that he be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Ikaw ako. Ako na? Ako na lang?
May we have a minute suspension? Mr.
Session is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues. One last time, Mr. President, and these are amendments coming from our minority leader using the clean copy as of today, Mr. President. On page 11, lines 22 to 24, delete provided that any trainee who receives training from the same enterprise twice consecutively shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the same page 11, lines 26 to 25, delete provided that any... I said 26 to 27. On the same page 11, lines 26 to 27, delete provided that any trainee in excess of the 20% threshold shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned, and replace with, provided that any trainee who receives training from the same enterprise twice consecutively shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On page 12, last but not the least, lines 19 to 21, delete, provided finally that any person who shall be engaged in excess of the threshold shall be considered a regular employee of the enterprise concerned if no such prior authority to increase the threshold shall have been granted by TESDA. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed amendment is approved.
That would be all, Mr. President, and we would be glad to hear any motion from our majority leader on this particular measure.
Majority
Thank you,
Floor
Mr.
Leader, there being no further amendments,
There being no further amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
there is a motion to close the period of individual amendments. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill 2587. 2587. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2587. There being no objection, the same is hereby approved. Congratulations, Senator Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to make a very short manifestation, Mr. President?
You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe the passage of the enterprise-based education and training bill, which is a priority measure of the President, the priority measure of this administration, aligns well, Mr. President, with the three-way test of the legislative effectiveness as proposed by no other than our presiding officer, our Senate President, Chis Escudero. Mr. President, you made mention, and I was listening attentively when you delivered that speech, the three tests, Mr. President. Will it make the lives of our people better? The answer is yes. Will it help us move faster? The answer is yes. Will it make our people's burden lighter? Again, the answer is yes. Mr. President, by aiming to simplify the procedures and streamline processes for enterprises who would like to participate in the enterprise-based education and training and increase the share of IBET trainees, as I made mention a while ago, Mr. President, that we're only producing 3 to 4% graduates in the IBET for the past years, Mr. President, considering the fact that the employment rate in this particular modality ranges from 87 to 92% employment rate. Mr. President, this will also increase the IBET trainees in total TVET outputs. This bill has the potential to, number one, make the lives of our people better or easier. Number two, will help them move faster. And number three, make our people's burdens lighter. I thank our dear colleagues, Senator Gatchalian, the EDCOM 2 commissioners, Senator Coco, Senator Risa, Senator Cayetano, Pia Cayetano, who gave us their amendments and fine-tuned the said measure, and all the members of this August Chamber who supported us, especially the presiding officer who made this representation the subcommittee chair of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Vocational Education. Thank you very much, Mr. President, at para sa bayan po ito, maraming salamat.
The manifestation of the gentleman from Bulacan is noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2415 under Committee Report Number 106. This is the bill on the VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Resumption of consideration of House Senate Bill number 2415 contained in Committee Report number 106 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpellate Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Gatchalian, the sponsor of Senate Bill number 2415, is recognized, and to interpellate Senator Poe is likewise recognized. The gentleman and lady, they have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to commend the good chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means for ushering a bill that will help bring back our much-needed tourism in the country. Through this measure, we hope to tell the world that it is indeed more fun to shop in the Philippines. But I would just like to go through a few points to be clarified. As you know, it's always in the details. The problem is the intention might be good, but the processes might not exactly promote what the intention is for this bill. So, Mr. President, the DOTs, may we know from the sponsor, the Department of Tourism's efforts to make the country a shopping destination. Hindi lang naman pwede na effort lang ng BIR. Anong gagawin kaya nila? May nasabi ba sila sa inyo na pag-aaral? Is there a study that will say that if we improve, let's say, our taxation system for tourists, then we will have more tourist arrivals?
Well, Mr. President, during the hearing, the DOT and also the DOF supported this measure because they view that tourism is one of our key drivers to our economy. And I'll show a slide, and this is a very important slide that I think we should all appreciate. This is the tourism direct gross value added, the amount of value that tourism contributes to our economy. 17.
No, Mr. President, I don't need to have the figures of how much tourism brings in. I know that it's one of the drivers for economy, although there's much to be desired because compared to Thailand and other areas
Yes.
in the ASEAN,
Correct.
we're still not quite there yet.
Yes.
But I want to know what campaign, did they present a campaign like it's more fun to shop in the Philippines? There's no denying that almost in every block we have a mini mall or we have the largest mall in Asia, but how do we promote it? Did they say how?
Well, they have a singular, holistic approach to tourism, and primarily it's driven by advertising. So they advertise in key destinations such as Korea, Japan. They are hoping to get a major share of tourists coming from China. At the peak of our tourism industry, this is pre-pandemic levels, we're getting approximately about 6 million tourists, of which almost 2 million come from China. But after the pandemic, that 2 million disappeared, no? And fortunately, it was replaced by Pogo. And a lot of these Chinese individuals coming to our country are not tourists anymore, but a lot of them work in Pogo. So their approach here is to target high-income countries such as Korea, Japan. They're trying to lure China to come into our country, Hong Kong, because these are very rich countries, about 3 to 4 hours away from the Philippines, so it doesn't take much to come to the Philippines. So they're being strategic in terms of capturing this market. So it's a holistic approach, in short, not particularly geared towards shopping, but holistically selling the Philippines to these countries.
Okay. I understand having it as a holistic plan, nature as well as shopping,
Yes.
etc. Now, according to estimations by agencies, refunds may reach 2.9 billion to 4.1 billion
Correct.
annually.
Correct.
Yun yung refund.
Yeah.
But the net benefit will be between 3.3 to 5.7 billion per annum.
Correct.
So, parang patas lang. no?
Almost.
Okay lang. But remember, it's not just the foregone tax revenue, but also the necessary administrative support
Yes.
that will have to be funded.
Correct.
Okay, so how much will that cost?
Actually, Madam, the good gentle lady from San Juan, actually, this is only one of the solutions to improve our image to tourists. Of course, when you attract tourists, you also need to make sure that the experience is well-deserved. So we need to also invest in our airports. I'm sure the gentle lady who used to chair the Public Services Committee knows this very well. The airports are the first and lasting impression of tourists. So we really need to fix our airports. And then we also need to fix our infrastructure because going in the city, going out of the city, going to the beaches, that whole experience is also very important. So, but the more features that we can sell to tourists, the better for us. No? So for example, we are selling our beaches and our nature. That's very good, but if we can add shopping to that feature, then that is going to attract more tourists who are attracted to shopping and to value shopping. So,
Mr. President, if I may, I understand the value of this. I'm just saying, is there a study already that, okay, for example, is it in the point of sale that they will get the refund? Because some countries, as soon as you buy the merchandise, or there's select stores that as soon as you buy it, you get credited right away.
Okay.
Or do they have to go to the airport and physically line up to get their refund? Because with all of those studies, they should actually have already an idea how many personnel is needed. Where are we going to set it up? Those are the things that I'd like to know.
in the bill, what we specified that the Department of Finance shall engage the services of one or more reputable and internationally recognized VAT refund operators that shall provide end-to-end solutions. So the vision here is to engage a third-party operator to provide the digital end-to-end systems. And the global best practice that all of us experience when we go abroad is when we buy a merchandise, we present our passport, and then the system will now input your passport details as well as what you have shopped. And then when you go to the airport and then scan your passport, everything that you bought will be there in the system. And the refund happens at the airport, at the point of exit. And that's a global best practice because the concept here is you are going to get a refund, a VAT refund, because you are not a resident of our country and you will be going back to your country.
Okay. Actually, I'm more reassured to have the global best practices as the guide and probably to hire an international provider. But did we make a study how much that's going to cost to hire somebody? Like, for example, if we take the other countries as a guide, how much should they pay their providers? Those things, if you don't have the figures now, I would like to have that.
Yeah. Typically, the third-party operator will charge the buyer. So they will charge a certain service fee for processing the refund. So, for example, when you undertake the refund, the third-party provider will deduct a service fee from the refund that you will be getting.
I think that's like in other European countries with
correct.
the global blue. So it's not like Thailand or Japan na walang service fee. Kasi hindi pa natin kaya, di ba?
Yes. It will be to the account of the buyer in this particular case. But of course, when you set up this system, there will be initial cost for government, no? But the major bulk of the processing fee will be to the account of the buyer.
Okay. Another thing is, I see here that the proposed amount, at least a minimum of 3,000 pesos. I'm just thinking, okay, number one, 3,000 may be substantial for some, no? But if we are targeting tourists, parang I feel it might be better if it's at least $100. Kasi parang 3,000, maliit yon para sa mga tourists na and then parang tingi-tingi masyado. So anyway, who gave this figure of 3,000 as a threshold?
Actually, when we were talking about this bill during the hearing, there are two schools of thoughts. No? Number one is to encourage tourists to buy from our small and medium enterprises, for example, handicrafts or local food products. So we we lowered down the threshold so that we will encourage tourists to go to the MSMEs and buy local goods. At the same time, the other school of thought is we also looked at the minimum purchase amount in other jurisdictions. In Thailand, it's 3,300 pesos equivalent. Thailand is 3,300 pesos. In Singapore, it's 4,300 pesos. Indonesia, it's 1,900 or 2,000 pesos. Vietnam is 5,000 pesos. So we made an average. So the average came out around 3,600 pesos. So we just made it lower to 3,000 so that we will encourage tourists to buy from our MSMEs.
That's actually, I'm glad to hear that there's been a comparative study. O nga naman, for small businesses, even if you have the money to buy their goods, usually you'll get a small souvenir
Yes,
from a
correct.
smaller shop. Okay, so I see the logic
Because
in that.
we might just be encouraging tourists to buy the brand names, for example, in sa Greenbelt or
Correct.
all of those high-end products. But we lower it down so that our small shops can also participate in the VAT refund process.
I agree. Okay, which leads me to my next question. Marami tayong mga maliliit nga ng mga tindahan, no? Mga souvenir shops, let's say, sa Green Hills. No? Marami pupunta dyan. Parang place to buy pearls, etc. Since the VAT refund system requires shop accreditation, paano masasali ang mga small businesses? In other words, how do we ensure that the benefits of this refund system will trickle down to them? And also, who will do the accreditation? Do we envision the BIR to do such accreditation, the DTI? Paano?
That's the example is I think I like the example so much. The Green Hills example is an excellent example because in Green Hills you can buy high-end products all the way to local products. For example, pearls and jewelries are available there, and the pearls are sometimes quite reasonable in terms of cost. So the accreditation will be conducted by the DOF in line with the third-party operator that they will be engaging. So we envision here that there will be multiple third-party providers. No? In some jurisdiction, they have as many as 4 third-party providers. So what we envision here is the merchant will now apply for accreditation, and the merchant will choose whether he wants to go with Global Blue or he wants to go with another brand, because this type of operators will have different strengths. For example, Global Blue is the widest, and if you want to be part of their system, then be accredited by their
Okay, so
system.
the third party will be the ones that will accredit
It will be the
in
ones.
coordination with the DOF.
Yes, in coordination with the DOF.
Okay, because, sometimes when you think of third-party providers, naiisip ko minsan yung PAGCOR, na may mga binibigay sa mga ibang providers, tapos ang ginagawa nila, yung lisensya nila, pinaparenta pa nila sa iba.
Yeah.
Di ba? Di ba, na-accredit sila, they have a license to operate POGO.
Yeah.
Tapos, ibibigay naman nila sa ibang magre-renta nung kanilang permit. So, what is our standard? Who's going to determine if a third-party provider is actually capable and reputable enough?
Yeah. There are a few brands that that operate in other countries. Global Blue, like I said, is the biggest. There's another brand called Planet Tax Free. And what we envision here is not for government to operate here, because government is, as we all know, can be inefficient. And what we want is for the tourists to have a hassle-free, seamless refund experience. So with this type of companies like Global Blue, they've already perfected the refund process in many jurisdictions.
But, Mr. President, how are we assured that the DOF or whatever deciding body will actually choose Global Blue?
In the
Di
law,
ba? Baka may pumasok na naman na house-show
Oo
na
nga,
galing
yeah.
sa ibang
Yeah,
bansa.
I understand where the good gentle lady is coming from. In the law, we specified criteria here. For example, the Department of Finance shall engage the services of one or more reputable and internationally recognized VAT refund operators. So it should be reputable and it should be internationally recognized. So we put those criteria in the law.
Mr. President, reputable kasi it depends on who the judge is. Sometimes, the standards have to be very specific. Like, for example, it handles a certain transaction of no less than a certain amount within the year, let's say $10 billion. I don't know. I think that we should be more specific because if we leave it up to the IRR, sometimes it can be interpreted in another way. So I just want to make sure that we really get a reputable company.
Yeah, the best.
So
Right.
maybe we can be more specific about the criteria.
Yeah, I get the point of our good gentle lady from San Juan, and we don't want another. I remember the third-party auditor of PAGCOR, wherein it was actually that company actually was only created to fit the requirements of PAGCOR, but not actually reputable and experienced. So we don't want that scenario happening again. And we'll think of a way to make sure that it will not be gamed and only the best will operate in our country.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. At the proper time, we wish to introduce an amendment to be able to help ensure that we get the best providers to roll out this VAT refund. Another question is, since it will be a third-party provider, so they will be in charge of their finances, etc. Will we be assured that it won't come out the same way the CREATE bill has what do you call this? The CREATE bill created this huge problem of companies not getting the VAT refund that was owed them. So how will we ensure that the ones that will really have a control over the funds would be this third-party provider and not the BIR?
Actually, the system here is very simple compared to the corporations applying for VAT refund. Of course, here all you have to show is the purchase receipt that you purchase your goods here in the Philippines, and then at the same time the point of departure. So those are the two requirements: the amount of purchase and of course the location of where you purchased it, and then the point of departure where you will get your refund. So in terms of documentation, it's very straightforward. And the funds will be taken out from the special account in the general fund. In the National Internal Revenue Code, there's already a provision there wherein 5% of the total VAT collection are placed in this fund for purposes of refund. So there's an existing fund that we can tap into right away.
But that would be okay. Yeah, that's true because it will all really come from the government also. But
Yeah.
so basically the fees that will be deducted by the third party provider will be the payment of the government to them.
Correct.
So we don't have
In principle, yes.
so wala na tayo dapat out of pocket doon, ganun ba 'yon?
Correct, because once there's a fund, and the formula of the fund is 5% of the VAT payments, total VAT payments, and that's where government gets all the VAT refunds. No? So, and we found out that that fund is actually not being utilized. No? Only, for example, in 2023, 23 billion was allocated to that fund. Only 7 billion was allocated.
Mr. President, was disbursed?
Was disbursed.
Yeah, that's the problem kasi even professionals they get certain VAT refunds but it's so difficult to get it.
Correct.
Diba? That's why hindi na allocate.
Yeah,
Hindi na di-disburse.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just want to make sure that when we start this, the BIR will really have a dedicated fund for that. And wala na silang pakialam doon yung third-party provider na.
Correct,
If it
correct.
sees it's complied, ibigay na yon.
Correct. So the implementing rules and the mechanisms should be very clear. And as we all know, we're attracting tourists. We're luring them to come to the Philippines. So the best way for them to come back again is for them to have this wonderful, seamless VAT refund experience, as we all do when we go travel abroad. So we will make sure that the DOF, through oversight, the DOF and the BIR, especially the DOF, because the DOF will be implementing this, will come up with mechanisms to make sure that the refund will be seamless.
Okay, Mr. President, meron kasi dito no, parang you can, the bill requires tourists to bring out the goods from the country within 60 days from purchase. So may we know, would this apply to those who opt to extend their visa beyond 59 days?
That will not be applicable. The VAT refund will not be applicable to them because the concept here is we are giving you a refund because you are going back to your country. It's akin to an export. So only those who will be going out of the country within 60 days will be able to enjoy this VAT refund. If you extend here and work, then you cannot enjoy this feature.
I have another question. What if you're a dual citizen? Okay, but you're in the U.S., you live in the U.S. or you live in other foreign country, and then you come to the Philippines using your Philippine passport, but you are a tourist. How does that work? Because you're not a resident of the Philippines, but you're a citizen. And marami tayong mga kababayan ang mga nagdudual citizen na balikbayan. Pero pag naisip nila na, ay, hindi natin makukuha yung VAT refund natin, baka hindi na magdual yung mga yon.
Well, in this, we define tourists here as foreign passport holders who is a non-resident alien individual. So, turista talaga, no? So, no intention to work here, no intention to stay here for a long time.
So, pwede sila, kasi di ba, kunyari, tourist ka, ay American citizen ka, pero dual citizen ka, Filipino rin. So, when you come in, to be able to avail of that, you have to use your U.S. passport to come in.
Correct. And you have to go out within 60 days.
And within, okay.
You have to go out within 60 days. Because
Okay,
the
so they
concept
can
there is
still-
we're exporting the product.
So, pwede pa rin naman silang mag-avail nun, kahit Filipino citizen sila,
Yes, if they use their U.S. passport.
or whatever passport.
Yes.
Okay. Hindi nga, okay, our legal luminary here said, hindi na alien yon kasi citizen siya.
Non-resident alien individual siya. So, non-resident pa rin siya. Dapat foreign passport holder siya.
Anyway, we have to look at that provision very well. Kasi alien is more restrictive than saying owning a foreign passport. Because you could be Filipino and own a foreign passport if you're dual.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I leave it to our expert here. Siguro non-resident foreign passport.
Baka simplify to non-resident
At
foreign
the proper
passport.
time, Mr. President, we will introduce.
I always take the advice of our good minority leader.
Oo.
And the good deputy minority leader.
Minority leader.
Tama,
Okay.
baka non-resident individual. I think it's more appropriate.
Okay, so Mr. President, I just want to minimize what will be left for the IRR to contain. Kasi minsan, 'di ba, doon nagkakaano eh. Like for example, how about this amount, no? 3,000 threshold. Do we need another legislation to increase that later on, or will it be like subject to review and just the department change every, let's say, 3 years?
May ano ito?
'Di ba kasi
Yeah.
imagine if it's like 100 pesos 20 years ago is different from the
Yeah.
value of that now.
Yeah,
So,
correct. That's a very good point, Mr. President. So we provided here that the threshold may be adjusted by the Secretary of Finance upon recommendation of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, taking into consideration the CPI, Consumer Price Index, or inflation, as published by the Philippine Statistics Authority. So there is a mechanism to adjust it. For example, if inflation goes quite high, then they can adjust it. There's a mechanism to do that.
Okay, maybe like if there's remember the price of oil per barrel was a gauge whether there will be a deduction in taxes. If it reached a threshold of a certain amount, I forget
Correct.
already.
You can suspend
Like,
excise tax.
may suspend. Maybe in this case, a review is necessary, let's say, every certain number of years. However, if inflation increases at a certain amount, percentage, then there could be an automatic review and change. I don't know.
Yeah, we can study that proposal, Mr. President.
So it's not arbitrary, you know what I
correct.
mean? Because if you're a tourist, you're banking on, I'm going to shop in the Philippines because I'm going to get 12% VAT refund. But then, if all of a sudden there's a change without rhyme or reason, pinalitan lang, pero wala namang basis, baka they won't trust the system.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I get the concept of the good gentle lady from San Juan.
Okay, so Mr. President, we know that thankfully, finally, NAIA will be modernized. We're going to have the Bulacan Airport. But the reality is, even with the current situation that we have now, napakahaba pa rin ang pila sa airport. And not only that, it's congested as it is. So, is there, let's say, an option for them to go to other offices where Global Blue, let's say, will set up outside of the airport? Let's say a day before, kailan baka ibenta nila yun?
Yes, correct. That's why in all jurisdictions it's at the airport, because the concept there is you are already departing, and before your departure you'll do all the processing. In fact, some of the refunds, like in Korea, happens inside or after the immigration. Parang sigurado ka nang aalis.
Okay.
Yeah.
For whatever that is, if it's going to be in the airport, we just have to ensure that we have enough personnel.
Yeah.
So the DOF should be tasked to, let's say, if they get a third-party provider, that there will be no less than this many attendants. Kasi kung hindi, di ba tayo, pag pumipila tayo sa ibang bansa, we are discouraged from shopping in a country where we feel it is too much of a hassle to get a refund.
Yeah.
So kung, wow, in the Philippines, it's so fast.
Yeah.
You know, that will really be the number one promoter of this initiative of the DOT. So,
Correct.
Mr. President, at the proper time, I will make the proper, I will introduce some amendments for the consideration of the sponsor. But again, the test, ito na yung magiging anthem natin ngayon. Nabanggit din ni Senator Joel and also apparently our minority leader when he started certain interpolations. As the Senate President said, will it make the lives of our countrymen easier, better? Will it make it move faster? Okay, things move faster. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Poe. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend. Move that we suspend
2415.
consideration of Senate Bill 2415, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 1114. This is the resolution amending Rule 6, Section 8 of the Rules of the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1114 is now in order. Secretary will kindly read the title of the resolution.
Resolution amending Rule 6, Section 8 of the Rules of the Senate.
Majority Leader.
With the consent of the body, I seek recognition to sponsor the measure, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Mr. President, I need not underscore the importance of this amendment to our rules, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I would just like to stress now the crucial role of the Office of the Sergeant at Arms, which is not merely ceremonial, Mr. President. The Office of the Sergeant at Arms is critical. General Akan is looking at me in maintaining our legislative integrity, particularly in serving summons and executing contempt orders. These duties are vital to our oversight functions, ensuring compliance with our directives and supporting thorough investigations and accountability. To empower the Office of the Sergeant at Arms, we must provide the necessary resources, support, legal resources, and legal authority, Mr. President. This will enable the effective enforcement of our mandates, reinforcing our commitment to the rule of law and transparency. I urge our dear colleagues to support this initiative, ensuring that the Office of the Sergeant at Arms can perform these essential duties efficiently and uphold the Senate's authority. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, again, I seek recognition to propose some amendments to the measure. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Majority Leader may proceed.
On page 2, line 18, after the word committee, quote unquote, delete everything until line 29, except the period.
Any objection to
I
the
so move,
proposed
Mr.
amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate or propose other amendments, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1114, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Senate Resolution number 1114 is hereby adopted and approved, subject to style.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all present members of the Senate and members of the Committee on Rules be made co-authors of this resolution.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, since we
The minority leader
since
is recognized.
we tackled the rules, I hope that there will be also some proposals to amend our rules on this yung controversial one, which allows committees to motu proprio take cognizance of pending matters. So in due time, siguro in due time, because this only shows us that there's an effort to review our rules. So I hope
With the consent of our minority leader, actually, the chair is prepared to make a ruling in connection with that proposition. If
not now, Mr. President. We should have more members present, Mr. President.
in that case, I can postpone the chair's ruling on that in that regard.
Thank you,
Thank you, minority leader. Majority leader,
Thank you, Mr. President. We
ikaw
await
naman.
your
Sinin mo
ruling
naman.
ex cathedra, Mr. President. Mr. President, some administrative matters, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, who will seek recognition after after the election of officers. Senator Gatchalian will be making a 2-page manifestation, Mr. President. It was supposed to be 3 pages. Mr. President, with the consent of the body and pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of the Rules of the Senate, I move for the nomination and election of the members of various permanent committees.
Any objection? Hearing none, majority leader may proceed.
I move that we elect Senator Loren Legarda as member of the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Legarda is so elected.
I move that we elect Senator Legarda as member of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Legarda is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Games and Amusement. 1. Senator Ronald De La Rosa. 2. Senator Manuel Lapid. 3. Senator Loren Legarda. 4. Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The aforementioned members are so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as member of the Committee on Local Government. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Senator Zubiri is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Loren Legarda as member of the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Legarda is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Public Works. 1, Senator Loren Legarda. 2, Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? The aforementioned members are so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Joel Villanueva as a member of the Committee on Rules. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Villanueva is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Robin Hood Padilla as a member of the Committee on Accounts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Padilla is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as a member of the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senator Zubiri is so elected.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Tourism. 1, Senator Nancy Binay. 2, Senator Loren Legarda. 3, Senator Rafi Tulfo. 4, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the aforementioned members of the majority are hereby elected to the aforestated committee.
Mr. President, upon instruction of Senator Lito Lapid as chairperson of the Committee on Tourism, I manifest the designation of the following as vice chairpersons of the Committee on Tourism. 1, Senator Joseph Victorio Ejercito. 2, Senator Mark Villar. 3, Senator Nancy Binay. 4, Senator Rafi Tulfo. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the aforementioned members are hereby elected, designated as vice chairpersons.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Energy. 1, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. 2, Senator Rafi Tulfo. 3, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the aforementioned members are so elected.
Other administrative matters, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move that the primary referral of Senate Bill 712, Elder Victim Assistance Act of 2022, be transferred from the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The Committees on Justice, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance will remain as secondary committees. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, again, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of the Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions on House Bills number 8254 and 6580. These are the bills on the creation of courts.
Upon prior consultation with the majority and minority leaders, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill numbers 8254 and 6580. As chairperson, Senator Tolentino. As members, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Padilla, Senator Cynthia Villar, and on the part of the minority, again, upon prior authorization, our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, according to the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, the subject matter of Senate Bill numbers 343, 525, 1086, 1205, and 730 on the Magna Carta for Child Development Workers, Daycare Workers, had already been incorporated in Senate Bill 2575 under Committee Report number 211. Further, in a memorandum of agreement dated August 16, 2023 between the DSWD, the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, DSWD has agreed to transfer its functions, including the accreditation of child development workers and daycare workers and its funding to the ECCD Council. Thus, with the consent of the body, I move that Senate Bills number 343, 525, 1086, 1205, and 1730 be considered in the Committee Report 211 on Senate Bill number 2575. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we adjourn, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is seeking the floor for a short manifestation.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you.
You may
Mr.
proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is short, very short, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to extend my appreciation to our counterparts in the House Committee on Basic Education and Culture through its chairperson, Congressman Roman Romulo, for concurring with Senate Bill number 2457, which discontinues the use of the mother tongue as medium of instruction from kindergarten to grade 3. This legislation is not merely a product of armchair analysis or debate. It is grounded in both theory and evidence. Our studies revealed that the use of mother tongue as medium of instruction, or MOI, has yielded benefits in monolingual settings. However, the appropriateness of using it as MOI in multilingual context is not supported by theory. Thus, when it is used as MOI in our country, where there are 245 reported languages according to the 2020 Census of Population and Housing, its adoption is put into question and its implementation is beset with substantial challenges. To be sure, applying mother tongue-based multilingual education indiscriminately in both multilingual and monolingual classes across the Philippines for the purpose of improving learner outcomes is not supported by any of the studies we have painstakingly read and considered in the Senate Committee on Basic Education. Mr. President, this proposed measure is the product of years of dedicated effort, including nationwide consultations, 4 public hearings, and focus group discussions. The committee has worked diligently to gather insights and learn from educators, parents, and policy experts around the country. And the consensus is clear. There is no evidence that the current policy improves learner outcomes. This amendatory legislation brings integrity to our efforts by ensuring that we faithfully implement the MTB-MLE policy where it is most effective. We seek to achieve this by providing for its optional application to monolingual classes as we continue to adopt the policy in our education framework. I express my deepest gratitude to my fellow senators for their support in passing this bill, as evidenced by the 22 affirmative votes with 0 negative vote. I extend my deepest thanks to the co-authors of the bill, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Joel Villanueva, for their unwavering support. But most of all, thank you to the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for extensively discussing and deliberating this issue with us in and out of this session hall to craft a version that puts the interest of the learner at the center of this education policy. Let me also acknowledge the invaluable input from various public and private stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to enhance this bill. Their passion and commitment have brought us to this pivotal moment. Mr. President, in passing this critical legislation, I am proud that we took a stand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Given the adoption by the House of Representatives of the Senate version on the mother tongue bill, or abolition of the mother tongue, the bill abolishing the mother tongue as a medium of instruction for our early learners, the Secretary is hereby directed to immediately cause the preparation of the enrolled copy of the measure to be sent, to be signed by the House and the Senate respectively, and to be sent to Malacanang. So ordered. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate will now adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, August 7 at 2024 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I so move, Mr. President.
It seems the hour is already late, although it is not yet that late. Is there any objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, August 7, 2024.